We shall see. Let's see. Where's the one for... Detroit News. Nope. Is that it? Yep, that's it. Let me see. Oh, I can't hear out of the headphones. Duh. I need coffee. All right, off we go with another live. Ooh. Hi, Gwen. How are you? I'm going to wait and play what I just saw. Oh, you have to leave soon? You got to go to the doctor or something? Oh, yeah, I had one of those the other night. With dye and without dye. Just so they could tell me I was crazy. And that I'm feeling this pain for no reason. Gotta love that. Yeah, they won't let you take that phone in there. I'm going to play the video from the news station with that attorney. There's that attorney that was talking on there that he said that he was pretty confident they were going to come back with a not guilty verdict pretty quickly, but they have not. Yeah. And he says they're going to have to basically start over deliberations again. Also, I hear that they are unanimous on a couple of the charges, but are deadlocked on one. So I don't know what that means. So I'm kind of concerned about that. But now that they have to start fresh with this alternate juror, which means these other jurors that also have to leave. Hi, Jenny. They have to replace with alternate jurors as well. So that means they're just going to have to keep starting over if they don't come up with a verdict today, because there's other jurors that have to leave as well. So I don't understand why this is happening. I just think they should have just replaced the other ones they knew had to leave, so they could just get this over with. But the judge can put a time limit. She can tell them to come up with a verdict. She can give them a limit, apparently. So I don't know. I have messaged YouTube and begged and pleaded, even though they denied my appeal. Apparently I messed that up too. I mean, that should tell them I'm really bad at this. Yes, it was a gender change. So they took out a woman, the woman had to leave, and they've put in a man. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, other than Patrick, and there was another dude in the chat on the other side, thought that Michael was guilty. So hopefully I hate when you look in the camera, it's opposite. I swear I have something on my face. Oh, it's just my face. Yeah, so we will see. So I'm gonna play the news station. I'll see if Kirsten pops in, and then I'll play the news station thing where that lawyer said that he still thinks not guilty, and we'll see what happens. So how was everyone's night? Maybe, I don't know. I know that Michael is just feeling uh just crazy right now. Everybody's just feeling really crazy. I can only imagine how, I mean, everybody's feeling in limbo. I mean, everyone is, but I mean, Michael especially. Oops. Sorry, y'all. I'm on my regular computer, so there shouldn't be any craziness. Yeah, the ballerina is pretrial or preliminary or something like that. Motion hearing today, another one. That chick, whoo, that poor man. I feel terrible for him and his family. Yeah, I hadn't heard about the radio host trial until I saw it pop up today. So I don't know much about that case. I know, Jenny. I know. I'm a worrier. Obviously, if y'all saw all the gray in my hair, I can't wait. I'm ordered hair color. It's gonna get here today. Oh gosh, don't tell my stylist that, she'll die. But you know, when you're on a very limited budget, what can you do? You gotta do it yourself. They're discarding what more? Just what? Uh-uh. Thank you, Jenny. Disbarring? That's a big deal. I mean, what can that mean for her other cases though? Because that means they have to look into other stuff she's done, that not just the Alec Baldwin case. That could mean a lot for Hannah too. I wonder. Hmm. I wonder what that could mean for Hannah though, because she's a she's a character. I'll say that. That is insane. The stuff that's going on. Okay, so a lot of people in a lot of chats, and I was thinking about this morning. A lot of people in a lot of chats are always like, "That judge is corrupt. That judge is bad. They're on this side. They're taking sides. Whatever." So I've been like the calmer person, like they're just doing their job. They have precedent. They have to take law into consideration, and judges can't take sides and this and that. And but now that I'm seeing like these lawyers being disbarred, these judges being taken off cases, these judges taking cases and dismissing them, like the Trump judge for the classified docs case, the judge on Young Thug. This is craziness. And then, to watch Bev's behavior in the courtroom for Karen Reed, I mean, you can't help but wonder if some of these judges are not a little bit, crazy. Yeah, I mean, I don't, and I shouldn't, I give these judges way too much benefit of the doubt. Hey, Daddy's the champ. How are you? Welcome back. I give these judges way too much consideration because I come from a small town in Alabama, and I know those judges and lawyers all it's a good old boy system, So they all know each other really well. It's all about, hey, Kirsten, you're here. I've been waiting on you because I was going to show this video of what the news is saying about the replacement juror and all of that stuff. I know, Gwen, it's okay. I understand what you're saying. We're getting to a point where we can just finish each other's sentences at this point in time, so it's okay. I got it. I want to play this video of what the Detroit News is saying about the juror replacement. There's some other things that I know that I can't say, but just know that this is a very, very difficult time for everyone involved. And they're hoping this is going to be able to shake some stuff up. So let me play this video from the Detroit News where they are talking about the changing of the jurors. And there's a lawyer who's really good.
On that jury mean to all of those deliberations? All right, Sean.
Oh, that's not the video. Okay, sorry, I'm dumb. Where did it go? No. Oh, I swear. If I had a brain.
The jury in the Samantha Woll murder trial has gone home for the day after its first full day of deliberations. Let's bring in our Sean Lay. He's live now. Sean, you've been following this story since the very beginning, about a month ago. Kind of bring us up to speed on how today went in court.
Well, no verdict. That is the big headline here. That may be surprising to a lot of people, somewhat surprising to people watching this trial very closely. Kimberly, I know you're watching it very closely as well. The jury was supposed to start deliberations at 8:45 sharp this morning. I did watch them go into a neighboring courtroom. That's where they're holding deliberations at 9 o'clock sharp. They actually worked through lunch deliberating, and the only time we heard from them was when they wanted to see an exhibit. People's Exhibit number 10, which is video. The video was not playing for them in the jury room, so a new copy was made for them.
What was People's Exhibit number 10?
That was even surprising to the judge, Kimberly.
And Sean, I know you spoke with Michael Jackson Bolanos' attorney today. Talk a little.
Who is People's Exhibit number 10? I literally just saw this video, but it was on my TV. It has to be this one.
All right, now to a surprise twist today in the Samantha Woll murder trial. The jury says it remains deadlocked, but now the composition of that jury is about to change. That'll happen tomorrow. Sean Lay, following this trial for us. Sean, an alternate juror now being moved in place.
I think this is it.
And this is another wild twist, Devin. I want to catch everyone up. There's so much interest in this trial and so much interest that the jury has not come back with any verdict yet. And now we know, because a juror had a pre-scheduled vacation late today, that she's leaving on vacation tomorrow. She was released from this juror and an alternate is now in place. 2 more alternates could be in line for that tomorrow. I caught up with the defense attorneys for Jackson Bolanos, Michael Jackson Bolanos, to ask them how they're feeling about all this.
This is taking a long time. And what's your reaction to that?
I am shocked. I feel like it should not be taking this long. It should be pretty quick to come back on a not guilty, because he's not guilty and they can't prove the elements.
I just spoke with co-counsel defending Michael Jackson Bolanos, Purna Krishnamurthy, and lead counsel Brian Brown, moments after yet another bizarre day of jury deliberations in this trial. Michael Jackson Bolanos facing life in prison. Samantha Woll's life was taken in a horrifically violent way last October 21st, and still no verdict from this jury. In fact, one juror was released today and replaced. She has vacation that starts tomorrow. Woll's family still waiting. Jackson Bolanos still waiting.
He's feeling like he's in limbo, which is not a great feeling for anyone.
Late today, the jury told the judge it remains deadlocked on some of the charges, and 3 jurors have conflicts tomorrow. One juror excused for that pre-planned vacation. Another has a doctor's appointment tomorrow afternoon, and another juror is working out a child care issue. Bottom line, Jackson Bolanos' attorney, Brian Brown, wants that alternate juror's voice in that deadlocked room tomorrow.
I believe that hopefully it should shake things up and, a fresh voice to get to the, to the root of the problem.
All right, so quickly, let's review. Full day of deliberations last Wednesday, full day of deliberations on Friday, full day today of deliberations. No verdict. The judge got a note from the jury indicating they remain deadlocked. She said, let's give it one more try tomorrow.
More try.
Devin?
Sean, deadlocked on all charges, or do we know that?
That's a good question. And the attorneys we're speaking to, sources we're speaking to, no one knows what's happening inside that room. But they have indicated to the judge that they have reached a verdict on 1 or 2 of the charges, and another one may be tripping them up and delaying this. So they've reached a verdict on first-degree murder or home invasion or lying to police. That's unknown right now.
And what will the new face on that jury mean to all of those deliberations? All right, Sean.
So that is very scary that they are. I don't know what they're decided on. So I'm like really nervous about that. And now they have this new alternate coming in that is going to kind of shake things up, and they're going to have to start over again, watching going over again what has happened. So does anyone remember what exhibit 10 is? I want to say 10 is him walking. Is that him walking? 6 days ago. Okay, so anyway, I literally saw a video that they had that attorney on there talking on the news, and he said he still feels it should be a not guilty verdict, and that he thinks that this other alternate juror coming in, the deliberations basically have to start all over again, and that it's a male. They switch. The one he replaces was a female. This is a male juror, and that this could be good, but even though they have already decided on a couple of the charges, they have to start over, all over again, because it has to be unanimous. So just because it was unanimous when that other juror was there, it's no longer unanimous now, because this other juror coming in has shaken it all up, because we don't know what this other juror is thinking. So they have to start all over again. So all this work they've done for the last 3 days is out the window, and they have to do this again. And it can take as long as they need or are able to do, or the judge can give them a time limit, because they are about to lose a couple of more jurors. And I think they only have so many alternates left. I think she had 5 alternates, and she got rid of 2 from jump. And hi, Crystal Rose, welcome. I think they have a couple more to put in there. But again, every time they put in an alternate, they have to start all over again. So all we can do is hope and pray. Yeah, I mean, hope and pray that these people they're putting in there are like us and know that Michael is innocent. How did you find us, Crystal? Hi, China, you're here. Welcome. So we got on here yesterday waiting for a verdict, hoping a verdict was going to happen, and it didn't happen. We just sat here and just kind of chitty-chatted all morning, afternoon, kind of half the afternoon, because we were waiting and hoping a verdict would come in. And then I got word, still no verdict. And then I got word that they were replacing a juror, and there wasn't a verdict going to happen today or yesterday. And then I got word that obviously Michael is. Oh, nice. Thank you. I hope you will like and subscribe to the channel so you can know when we're on here. This case has really got me hooked, thanks to Gwen. So I have been doing videos on it, specifically videos on this trial, on this case, because I want to find out who actually killed Samantha. I don't want to just, obviously I want justice for Michael, but I also want to get justice for Samantha. I don't want this to be swept under the rug, because I feel like they're going to let this go. I don't know how many people saw my I got it, Gwen. I don't know how many people saw my video for last night, part 11, but I think that it could be this, regardless of what they say, this is a crime of passion. It's a crime of jealousy. I think there is some jealousy there. And you guys, most of us in this chat are female, right? So you guys know that you can't have more than 2 chicks in one play under the same roof where there's not some issues, right? So if y'all are working in the same work environment, there's going to be some cattiness going on, right? And the synagogue was all about women. If I'm too loud, you guys just let me know. Tell me to tone it down or turn it down or whatever. Just let me know. You guys know if there's so many women in one location, there's going to be like somebody that doesn't like it. But that's what the synagogue was all about, was promoting feminism, women being in charge in leadership positions. And the synagogue is mostly all female in high positions. So who's to say that it wasn't a female? Just saying. So, and my name is Tracy, by the way. I know I'm very, very bad at telling people my name, because I feel like everyone knows that by now, but I forget sometimes. So I'm so sorry. This is the alternate point of view, and I am Tracy Lee. So let me find the video that I'm looking for to show you guys what this attorney said. I really like this guy. I feel like he is honest. Whoops. Oh no, oh no, 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 no. It's coming. This is my fingers.
Deadlocked on some charges. Argento Vici joins us from the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice with the latest, including what could happen if deliberations stretch on.
Y'all are so awesome.
Yes, that's correct.
Look at
In
you
the
just
third
welcoming
full day of
everybody.
deliberations,
God bless
still
y'all.
no verdict.
Remember, last week the jury requested to see transcripts of
We
testimony.
got a guy in here.
and announced
Daddy's
they were
Champ is in
deadlocked,
here too.
which
Don't
prompted
forget
Judge
Daddy.
Margaret Van Houten to issue deadlocked instructions. This was a very long trial, and typically the longer the trial, the longer the judge will allow deliberations. However, and again, with the jury being deadlocked, announcing this week there will be a time limit by the judge, especially if no progress is made in these deliberations. Inside the courtroom today, a few friends of Samantha Woll, the defense remained right outside the courtroom while the jury presumably remained deadlocked. And again, Samantha Woll was found stabbed to death outside her Lafayette Park condo in October of last year. The man on trial, Michael Jackson Bolanos, testified in his own defense, stating he came across her body that night and checked for a pulse, and now he finds himself facing life in prison. Will he innocent, or will he be found not guilty, or will there be a hung jury?
We will find out today. That's because the jury was sent home, but not before juror number 3 was dismissed because of a scheduling conflict. An alternate will replace that juror, and they'll be back here tomorrow morning. In downtown Detroit, Gino Vici, CBS News, Detroit.
Okay.
Thank you, Gino, for that report. And as we wait for a verdict, we're joined once again by criminal defense attorney and former federal prosecutor Rick Conversino.
You still
Rick,
don't trust the judge, Kirsten?
So we've been following this very closely. What does
she does have a sourpuss face, but I don't want to
for this case.
Alternate juror now means that one of the jurors that was delivered last week, Judge Van Houten, for previous conflict, travel conflict, that won't allow them to continue to deliberate. So an alternate has been replaced. It's a male. He's coming on, and now the deliberations must start anew. So it's probably a good thing. It probably will assist it in the logjam in seeing that if they can come to a unanimous verdict at this point. And if they stay in that place of feeling deadlocked, not able to come to an agreement, how long can this stretch before some decision is made? It's up to the judge's discretion. It can go on. Certainly, it'll go on at least another day or so, because of the new juror being infused into the mix, and that juror will have to have the deliberations start fresh. So all of the arguments that were made in the previous deliberations will start again, and this juror's input will be taken into consideration. Now, what is an interesting thing? I'm not sure. I tried to find the previous notes to see the notes that were sent out regarding the impasse. And I don't know if the jury on all of the counts or some of the counts, or some of the counts here, like the lying to the law enforcement officer. That's a count. That's pretty easy, since the defendant himself admitted to lying to law enforcement during the course of his during the course of the investigation and the interrogation. So that's an easy thing. So maybe they have agreed on some counts and not on others. I'm not quite sure, but regardless, that'll start new again tomorrow morning with a new juror involved.
And based on what you've seen from this case and the evidence presented that you said is largely circumstantial evidence, not direct evidence placing this person at the scene, and considering this deadlock within the jury till now, how do you think this could end up?
I think it's going to end up in a not guilty verdict. I said that earlier, and I still think so. I think that at least on the major counts. Now, whether they come back on some of the lesser included counts, I could very well see a guilty verdict come back on the lying to the officers during the course of the investigation. That charge fairly inconsequential. But to the murder, I do think it's going to be a guilty count.
Yeah, and I'd imagine there's a lot of frustration for that jury too. They've had to sit through the trial. Those move relatively quickly, but to be bringing in these alternates and starting over, that's a lot to have to continue to go through, right?
It is, yeah, and they could be frustrated and upset. You're dealing with people who've been opposed to your point of view for a couple of days now, which is probably about, at this point, I would guess maybe 15, 17 hours, something like that they've been trying to deliberate. And so that gets magnified in the course of a closed environment, and tempers can get heated. And so hopefully that this will be a fresh start with the new juror. They'll have to convince him that of their both attendant positions, and he may have some very important things to say that will break the logjam either way.
And I can help it in the situation continue to think about Samantha Woll and the sense that, if this is a not guilty verdict, if this isn't the guy, then where is justice?
Yeah, it's got to be excruciating and
agonizing.
Justice
with
and
the police continuing to investigate and get the right person.
It's hard for me to fathom that anyone who sat through this trial does not see the inherent reasonable doubt that's infused throughout the whole thing. There's no direct evidence at all in the case. The case is solely a circumstantial case.
That's true, Crystal.
I can't either.
As
I mentioned earlier, the judge will instruct the jurors that circumstantial evidence and direct evidence are equally as important and have equal weight in the case. So that's not so much issue, but there's one that puts the defendant inside the house. That's where the murder occurred. There's a footprint that they pulled from inside the house, a bloody footprint that doesn't match the defendant's. Whose is that? There was no evidence of the defendant having a knife at the time, or if he did have a knife, the one that they recovered had absolutely no evidentiary value toward this.
And these are likely the things that the jury are conflicted.
I'm certain they are.
All right. Well, Rick Hunter, thank you always for your insight.
Thanks to you.
So that
my name is Nicole Kroom. That's Nicole, Kroom, CR.
The whole. So I if they do the lying to the police, I hope they say he served his time, because my God, he's been in jail since December. The other thing too is he's talking about a shoe print that they lifted. I don't recall that being in the trial. I do recall a lot of talk about a shoe print. So if any of you remember that they actually had a shoe print piece of evidence, please feel free to tell me about that. But I don't recall them ever saying they lifted any shoe prints. I remember them saying they saw shoe prints or prints in the blood, but they decided there was too many. The scene had been basically contaminated by officers, so they didn't lift any actual prints because they said they were all barefoot prints as well. So if there's a shoe print and it didn't match Bolanos, then why? There's a fly in my office, y'all. Why they claim it was transfer and blew it off? Okay, so I saw in the blood, because I took pictures while they were up for just like 2 seconds, that there were prints. There was a print on that pillow. There was a couple of prints on the floor, but they never tested those from what I understood, unless y'all saw something I didn't in the case. But again, there's a lot of evidence that isn't presented in a court case that's in the actual discovery, believe it or not, because there's only so much evidence that a judge will allow in. And I know that people find that just absolutely insane. Like how in the world is there all this evidence, but the judge does not allow it? The judge does decide what is relevant to the case and what is not. So there could be a lot more evidence in this trial that what we don't even know about. That's why I've asked for like all of the discovery, but I don't know. I still haven't heard anything. Yeah. And there's a picture that they showed in the blood on the floor, but they didn't test it. They said it was a barefoot. They said it was her footprint. There's just so much doubt in this case. So I'm hoping that the jury is piecing this together and realizing that there's all this doubt. Sorry, I have to. Let someone know we're thinking about them. Yes, Aaron was called as a witness. His alibi is that he was with his kid's birthday party. And the sister claims that she used that term basically loosely. Like she just was like throwing that term around. Like, Daddy's a champ, you're a stalker. Like, Crystal Rose, you're a stalker. All of y'all in my chat, you're stalkers. I would just call y'all stalkers. I'm just going to, you know what? When I recreate my membership, you're going to be called stalkers. Because that word is just no big deal. Whatever. I just call people stalkers. What? What the heck? No, you don't. You don't just call someone a stalker. That's insane. But now Daddy's a champ. She knows him. He's a good guy. He's so great. So great. And her family knows him really well. So she didn't mean that. She didn't mean that he was a stalker. What does that even mean, a stalker? Oh my gosh. I think I am going to create my memberships and call you guys stalkers. That's amazing. That's a great idea. Yeah. I love that. I love that for me. I've never had I have had a stalker. Maybe I don't want another one. I don't want 100 of them. That'd be kind of cool, though. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, since, it's no big deal. Like, stalker. Who is that? Oh, it's one of my stalkers. God, I couldn't imagine. That'd be crazy. Yeah, so apparently Aaron was at a birthday party for his kids. Yes, so his family does believe that Michael Jackson Bolanos is the guy. The Jewish community believes that he is the guy, or they are putting on the show that they believe he's the guy, because this is, whether they want to admit it or not, this is a Jew-on-Jew crime, period. And they don't want to have this out there. Also, for the sake of the synagogue, they can't have this nastiness of a Jew-on-Jew crime, because the synagogue literally rose from the dead. Like I've said, the amount of money this synagogue has brought in, and the amount of rebuild and the rejuvenation of this synagogue is too much for them to allow this type of bad publicity. Sometimes any publicity is good publicity, right? But not this kind, not right now. You cannot have this. So, like I said, August 25th, they're doing a block party, and it says on their site that they're naming, I don't know if they're naming the entire building after Samantha Woll, But, it's Isaac Agree Synagogue. So it's been Isaac Agree Synagogue for over 100 years. So I don't know if they're going to change the name of the synagogue to Samantha Walls. They have a section in the synagogue, Samantha Loves Books. They have her picture everywhere. They have, so many things that they're still, I'm telling you, riding on the coattails of Samantha. They are making money left and right off Samantha and her death. So this is a great sales pitch, basically. It sucks. It sucks. But this is a great way for them to be bringing in money. It's not even a year since her death. Israel-Hamas is still going on. So yeah, this is fantastic for the synagogue. That sounds absolutely awful to say out loud, but they can't have the bad publicity of what if, and it is not a what if. It is yes, it's true. Another Jew killed her. Either that, or I was actually thinking last night, if I could look up, I was trying to look up the stats on female murders in Detroit last year, to see if there was a possibility of a killer in Detroit. But I haven't been able to find anything. It just looks like random murders in Detroit, normal, typical Detroit. Even though I will say Detroit had less murders last year than in I can't remember. It's been years, like years and years and years since they had that low of a murder rate, like 252 murders. That's really low for Detroit, which still begs the question of why they rushed the autopsy and did it so quickly and so incompletely. Hey, David, God bless you. Good morning. I love David. He always says, God forbid, God forbid. Is that a Jewish thing, David, or is that just you? Because I love that. It's just my favorite thing ever. I say it now all the time. I've been tinfoil hatting this like every day. It gets worse as the days go on. Okay, here is some more news about Samantha Wall. I will share this.
Accused of killing Detroit religious leader Samantha Woll.
The judge gave the panel hung jury instructions on Friday before sending the jurors home. Michael Jackson Bolanos is accused of murdering the Detroit synagogue leader during a home invasion last fall.
7 News Detroit reporter Ryan Marshall joins us live from downtown Detroit, where Woll's loved ones will continue to wait for a verdict. Ryan?
Well, guys, that's the hardest part of all of this, is waiting for that verdict and waiting for Woll's family and friends. They're looking for any sort of sense of closure that they can get in all of this.
No, it's not.
If
it's
this court case continues to go down the path that it appears that it could be going, they may not get that closure that they are looking for.
You've returned from deliberations indicating that you believe you cannot reach a verdict. I'm going to ask you to please return to the jury room and resume your deliberations in the hope that after further discussion, you will be able to reach a verdict.
Uncertainty among jurors as they try to reach a verdict in the Samantha Woll murder trial. The fate of her accused killer, Michael Jackson Bolanos, lies in their hands.
I, along with the rest of the Jewish community, and maybe many others, are really following it closely.
Rabbi Asher Lopatin with the Greater Ann Arbor Federation served alongside Woll in the Jewish community, saying her untimely death leaves a huge void. Jackson Bolanos is accused of killing Woll at her apartment after a number of unlocked cars in the area. Investigators say they found Woll's blood on
So you
Jackson
can't even
Barnes'
tell who that
jacket.
person
The
is.
defendant testified, saying he was only breaking into cars and that he discovered Woll's body, touched the check to see if she was alive, and then headed to his girlfriend's home. Right now, jurors are deadlocked as they review the circumstantial evidence and have asked for transcripts of witness testimony.
She was someone that was just so committed to social justice.
Social justice.
I just hope in this trial justice is done, and that will be a small, small comfort to know that at least justice has been carried out, whatever the determination is, and that we could to find out who did this terrible, terrible crime.
And deliberations will start later on today and resume. We'll be this turnout here live in front of the Frank Murphy Hall in downtown Detroit.
We'll all be watching what plays out in the court. Thank you so much, Ron.
Samantha Woll.
Dang it, David. David, what I was going to ask you was, so next month they're doing the block party. I did read that they're naming, join us in naming in honor of Samantha Woll. What are they naming? They're not going to rename the synagogue, are they? I was very confusing. I didn't know if I was reading that right, because you mentioned that. And I was like, no, surely they're not doing that. But I read the same thing. So I was curious. What are they naming? It didn't really clarify. If they're renaming, I wouldn't think they would rename the entire synagogue. That's kind of a big deal. But that's what it looked like on the page. Yeah, y'all haven't seen me on David's channel, Kirsten? He's the one that I put it in the link in my descriptions. Yeah, David, that's true. Are you sure you don't want a stalker? You could do that on your memberships. I was thinking about it. Delusions of grandeur. Yeah, I don't know why her sister would say that about Aaron. I have a fly in here. It's driving me crazy. Yeah, I need to look at your channel too, China. We need to do a channel together. We need to collab. Is that how you say it now? Collab. David and I have collabed. Now he's stuck with me. Because I'm learning so much. I learned so much stuff from him. So the ballerina pre-trial hearing is happening. It's Duvid. It's the same way as he pops up on here. God forbid. God forbid. God forbid. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I know. It says that on their synagogue page, but I don't know. I don't understand what it means. Like, what are they? I don't know what they're naming. And then they have her name spelled correctly, and then they have some weird Z, LZ or something. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know. And everyone's invited from the Jewish community, but not everyone's invited. Yeah, you got to subscribe to his channel. If you want to learn some stuff, get on his channel, because I'm telling you, it has been tremendously helpful. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, his stuff is like crazy learning. Yeah, it has to be someone in her circle. I mean, it's got to be. It's got to be someone who knew her home. Somebody that, I mean, the thing is like I said last night, they could have already been there before she got home, because they don't show any ADT system activity before 12/31. So we don't know what was happening in her townhouse prior to 12/31 when she came home from the wedding. There could have been someone in there before she got there. And again, I can't emphasize enough how she was dressed. She was not dressed to go to bed. And even though she'd already taken her sleeping pill, she could have taken it thinking, yeah, I'm going to go to bed. But clearly someone was there, because she was either about to walk someone out, like, see ya, or she was waiting for someone to meet her. Regardless, she was not dressed for bed. And if she wasn't known to sleep on her sofa, I mean, she had a half-eaten banana in the living room. She was dressed to be ready to either meet someone or let someone out. So, I mean, where's the movement on the ADT system upstairs? Was there any ADT system upstairs? They didn't even talk about that. Where's all the motion in the rest of the townhome? So, no one ever mentioned that. Brian did mention some things upstairs, like, the computer's still there, this is still there, but what about any motion upstairs? They don't mention that. So there's a lot of unanswered questions. There's a lot of questions than answers. So I'm wondering if the judge didn't find it relevant to allow it in, or that they didn't even look at it, if it's not even there at all. But again, we don't have any ADT information prior to 12:31 a.m. So who was at her house? Who came over? Why is the key on the ground, the spare key? Why was the key box unlocked? There's just so many things that doesn't add up. Right. So my thought on the basement is the person who did this probably was going to go out the basement door, because it's a communal hallway down that way, a way out. There's no cameras down there. So they were going to head out the basement, but then when they got down there, they noticed that the door was locked, so it would look too obvious. So they went back up the stairs. That's why all you see are droplets of blood that are falling from the knife, which again, I believe is a kitchen knife, not a pocket knife, because according to the medical examiner, who is full of caca, because she is saying that these markings are 3 to 6 inches deep. Well, this is 6 inches. So if she was cut 6 inches into her throat, that's your throat. That's your whole throat. So that knife would have been in her throat all the way back. So it's not a pocket knife. A pocket knife is at best, when it's pulled out, to 3 inches in length, because it's a freaking pocket knife, and it's not a multi-tool knife either. It's not a multi-tool, because those things are even shorter. So, but you know what? We'll never know, because she didn't actually measure. She's just guessing. She does not know. And because the autopsy was incomplete. And she says no major arteries were hit. That's a lot of blood for no major arteries to be hit. There was no blood in the lungs, so everything came out. And that means if there were no major arteries hit, and there was that much blood, that means she bled out for a long time. She said she had no blood, internal bleeding. So that means she bled out of those cuts here and here and out of the back of her head for a long time. She was passed out for a long time. So that's a long time, a lot of bleeding, for not to have any blood in your lungs, not to have any of that. So I think that makes sense that she was passed out for a long time before she was able to get out. Or, yeah, her clothes were soaked in blood. That's a lot of bleeding. That's a long time of bleeding. And my question is, again, since the medical examiner didn't do her job, just being coming from a background in forensics, you do testing on organs. You weigh the organs. You test the organs. You do a sample of the organs. You test the stomach contents, because she did go to a wedding, right? She did eat a banana at some point. So you want to know, how long was it ago that she ate something? How long did it take her stomach to digest that? That gives you guess what? Roundabout time of death. But they're stuck at this 420 timeline, all because of the ADT system. They're using an ADT system that, by the way, is 30 seconds off. 30 seconds. 30 seconds is a long time. If I stop talking for 30 seconds, yes, y'all would thank God for 30 seconds, but I'm telling you, 30 seconds is a long time. So an ADT system that's 30 seconds off, they're going off of, for her time of death, of 420, instead of medical examiner time of death, which they apparently have given none of. I have seen no time of death from the medical examiner. So, and all of that could have been simply answered. It's not like it was that long ago. It's not like she was found decomposed in the woods under elements of weather. Hi, Brandy. Welcome back. So, yeah, that will tell you a lot about her time of death. Yeah, and she had her hoodie on. She was stabbed through the hoodie. So that if there wasn't so much blood in the house, I would almost, part of me almost wants to say like that this was a back and forth, like in and out of the house. But I've been trying to think of how that could even occur. Because her hood was on. So I'm like, why would her hood be on in the house? I've just been thinking about it. Like unless she was, I don't know. There's a reason her hood was on. I don't understand. Why she'd have her hood on in the house. It's weird. I just wish that they didn't even recreate the crime scene. So in South Korea, when they have crime scenes like this, they force the perpetrator to reenact the crime so they can see how it happened. They do crime scene reenactments. It's actually kind of cool. I love to do that kind of stuff. Yeah, so I'm like, if she was attacked in the house, which is what they're going with, I just think it's odd that like she had her hood on in the house. I have notes at somewhere. All my notes are in my backpack in the living room, but wasn't there motion at the door at like, I'm getting confused. What if she was attacked at the door and then she ran in the house, tried to get her phone, she was attacked in the house again. Then her phone got thrown under the sofa. She passed out. Because when she was outside and found, yeah, but they keep brushing off the back door. The back door, she was like vaping or something like that. You know, they keep brushing that off. But again, at like 101, her front door had a censored. So and then something happened again at 124. there was some kind of movement. And then at 129, which would make more sense, because if there was movement at 124, maybe she was hanging out, or maybe she was going to the front door. Maybe she did have her hoodie on. Maybe someone attacked her. Then maybe she ran towards the living room, grab her phone. That would explain. Oh, it went idle. Okay. Man, I'm just trying to figure out why she'd have her hoodie on in the house. There's so many unanswered questions. This investigation is just garbage. I need my other crime need to talk to my cop buddies and detective buddies. It just doesn't make sense that her hoodie was on. I feel like for some reason, it's been bothering me this whole time, but for some reason I've been feeling like some of this happened outside, went back inside, and it went back outside. Yeah. And also, y'all, I'm not going to stop harping on this, but that dog bothers me. Okay. The neighbor's dog. Okay. The neighbors and the neighbor's dog bothers me because, first of all, how did you not see blood? You said it was too dark. You didn't see blood on the sidewalk. You were walking your dog, that you were dog sitting, but this dog wakes you up at the same time every day to go out, but yet you were dog sitting. It's not your dog. What size dog was this? Was this a poodle? Was it a big poodle? Was it a labradoodle? What kind of dog was this? Because I want to know, did the dog step in the blood? Were you washing the dog's feet or something while your wife was calling 911? Like she was ordering supper? Because, I'll have a side of bread with that salad. What the heck? Can y'all hear that fly on my... Yeah, right? Like, it's weird. What kind of dog was it, though? Did it step in the blood? He said he couldn't see the blood because it was dark, but yet he could see she was blue. Her feet were blue. Weird.
Y'all can have a seat. If I may first report. Well, she's not ready yet.
Okay, this is the ballerina pre-trial.
So I'm going to shut that one down. Okay.
Yeah, everything's shady in this Samantha Woll trial. I just hope they come up with a not
All right,
guilty.
let me get mine started. All right, we are back in the courtroom after having conducted the in-camera hearing. And I will make a note to do an order to seal. Transcript and 2 exhibits. All right. Yes, sir, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor. Having now had an opportunity to confer with Mr. O'Keefe, who was accompanying the ex parte meeting, I can represent to the court that yes, the information was included. And I would like to make certain that that response is included in the transcript for the hearing.
Pursuant to obligations under 3.220.
I'm sorry?
Pursuant to the obligations, the defendant's obligations under 3.220.
Yes.
The answer to my question.
Depending on when her trial is, I'll probably watch this one. It's really sad. And want to watch definitely Sarah Boone represent, because that's going to be hilarious. Ooh, you guys. I don't know if it's the gummies or what, but I thought of something in the middle of the night. I thought we should have theme days for trials whenever we do lives. I don't know why I thought of that.
All right, having heard the argument of the defendant, argument of the attorney for the 12th Circuit, Ms. Floyd, considering the motion to quash subpoena and enter a protective order, at this point, based upon the very limited grounds upon which Ms. Mechanic may be called, there's really no way for me to do my best to give a ruling that doesn't fly in the face of the ex parte hearing. But I will say this, the ability to call her is limited in that there are...
Girl, that shouldn't even be going anywhere. I can't believe he's still in jail.
I'm going to write this one.
I can't believe he's being charged.
So I'm going to stop the oral ruling at this point, and I will write
he said, I don't like it.
Mean to say.
Woo!
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Would the court entertain at least announcing whether or not the subpoena is quashed?
No, I want to.
No.
All right,
I want to write through it.
We're 5 days away from trial, Your Honor.
Ooh, 5 days
When did
away.
you issue the motion, the subpoena, the trial subpoena? When did you issue the trial subpoena?
June 26th, Your Honor.
On the subpoena.
So
It's
less
about a
than
day
1 month
here,
before
so
the
that's
trial
what
that's
it's
been
about.
pending for over 4 years.
Woo! Get
And
it,
the
Judge.
trial subpoena, the trial stipulation that was signed January of 2024, you issue a subpoena. You just now have the hearing on the motion to quash when it was just served. I will do my best, sir.
I'll tell you in a minute,
But
Kirsten.
I'm also presented with a certain
I'm liking this,
very
Judge.
limited window of time
Get
to
it,
address
Judge.
these matters through no fault of the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I have the excuse?
Yes, ma'am.
Fire. Fire, Judge. Yes. Don't give that chick her way.
All right, how about the redactions to the 911 call?
Ms. Field.
All right.
We've been, I have a copy for you.
Do you mind?
We've been going back and forth, and I just struck through what we've agreed upon, and then what's left in yellow is what is in dispute. It's a few instances, Judge, but it's highlighted in yellow.
And I might say that we've had excellent cooperation back and forth in an effort to try to minimize what the court has to consider.
I would hope so.
Thank you. The first one would be page 1 online, and the cover is not numbered. We ended up with weird page numbering, but
so Kirsten, this is the ballerina trial. This is just a pre-trial hearing, but her trial's in the next 5 days. She killed her husband. They were in the middle of a custody situation. This is what always happens. I don't know what it is about people in custody battles, but she basically married a very well-off man, got him to give her, killed her husband, got him to give her everything she ever wanted. She and her mother, I think, knew about it. But anyway, she killed her husband. And now she's claiming abuse. Okay. She's claiming that he abused her, was terrible, blah, blah, blah. Yet she has no leg to stand on, nothing. And this judge is sick of her. She has been putting off this trial. This happened 4 years ago, I think. And this judge is over her shenanigans. So she has been asking for too much, trying to keep herself from going to trial and prolonging this trial. And this judge is finally like, no, we're not doing this anymore. So I am loving this judge, loving his attitude, and she is not going to get away with this. I feel it. The Daniel Penny trial that will be coming up is about a ex-Marine who was in New York City, riding the subway, minding his own business, until somebody attacked another person on the subway. And Daniel Penny, along with 2 other riders on the subway, tackled the guy who was attacking someone else. That guy ended up being, as Marines are taught, put into a hold until he was no longer a threat. Unfortunately, the man died as he was in that hold. Daniel Penny was not the only person who was holding this person down, but he was charged with his death. That just goes to show you that if someone is attacking you, don't expect any help anymore, because ain't nobody gonna help you, because they gonna get charged with murder or hurting someone or something like that. Now, there was another situation where someone was being hurt, and the person actually, I think they killed that person too. Another bystander killed the person, and that person was deemed a hero. So unlike Daniel Penny, they were like, oh my God, you saved their life, you're a hero. Daniel Penny's going to be in prison for the rest of his life because it's New York, and New York don't take too kindly to people, helping each other out. They basically will watch you die, and then they'll complain because there's so much crime. Yeah, it's crazy. But that's the world we live in, people. That's America. God bless the great USA. So yeah, that is what's happening in America. New York is not part of America. I just want you to know that. New York is New York. New York is a whole nother place. I don't know what New York is. It's a different beast. But don't go there, because you might die. And no one will help you in New York. People in New York are so busy. They're so fast. Like, they don't care about you. They just don't care. They want you out of their way, and they got places to be, things to do. They don't care. So, and cops used to be on the subways in New York, but they're not anymore. because they don't have enough cops. And actually, the cops are getting attacked in New York. So, and that's okay. Actually, it's so okay in New York for cops to get attacked that they release the illegal immigrants that attack the cops. And then those illegal immigrants flip the bird to the cameras when they get released. And then they skedaddle on out of there and go do more crimes somewhere else. And then the NYPD gets the bird. No, Sarah Boone got no lawyer. She is her own lawyer. And I am here for it. I am super excited for Sarah Boone to be her own lawyer because it is going to be all kinds of crazy. I think while Sarah Boone is representing herself, we should bring our crazy out because it's going to be fun. This is going to be fun. Yeah. It's going to be too much fun to watch Sarah Boone represent herself. So I guess we can see that little Miss Ballerina getting her way. She is screwed. I love it. I'm here for it. How many of you have heard that Trump tried to assassinate himself? I've been seeing it on the Twitters. I know, right? It's going to be such a party when Sarah Boone represents herself. Oh my gosh, I cannot wait. I'll tell you right now, watching that what's his name? Oh God. The guy who drove into the parade party. He was horrible. Oh. And I can't believe that judge was even able to put up with him. It was awful to watch him. But yes, so apparently Trump tried to assassinate himself. So that's where we're at. Oh, Daryl Brooks. Yes, China. Thank you. Thank you so much. They are saying that he plotted his own assassination and assassination attempt. Sorry. Yet an innocent person died. Oh, really? Oh, they're saying she rolled him down the stairs. I didn't, is that in the video, Gwen? They didn't show that part of the video. Oh, no, he's going to be president. Oh, no, ma'am. He's so going to be president. Like, you have no idea. They need to get a bit. If they said the guy was a registered Republican, he ain't a registered, he's not a Republican. A Republican wouldn't miss. Sorry. Just saying. A Republican would not miss. Yeah, the hate here is so strong. So strong. But now what they have done, all they have done now with that, is drive the vote to Trump further, which is crazy because he's gonna win. I'm still very upset with him for picking JD Vance and not Vivek. I'm still upset about that. They dropped the classified docs charges. Yeah, I can't believe that. So does the video show that? Is that video somewhere? I need to look up that video. Hold on a minute, y'all. Let's see if it's on here, because I know there was video. Stop it. Oh my gosh, y'all.
Sarah.
For everything you've done to me.
Sarah.
For everything you've done to me.
Sarah.
You.
Sarah. Sarah. Sarah.
That's my name. Don't wear it up.
Sarah. I can't breathe, babe. Seriously.
Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me.
Sarah. 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 Sarah, I can't breathe, babe.
That's on you.
Sarah, I can't breathe.
It's on you.
Sarah.
Real.
Hey, Kale. Good morning.
Might want to get video for it extra.
We're watching what Sarah Boone did. She's going to have to represent herself.
Real
Sarah. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe.
Oh. That's what I like when you treat me.
Sarah. Sarah.
Yeah. You should probably shut up.
Sarah.
Shh.
Sarah.
It was just like,
The fact that he's talking is freaky. That was freaky. It didn't dawn on me that he was the one talking. He's sitting in there just like talking, like, hey, Sarah. That's crazy. I got Samantha Woll verdict. Okay. So Kale, you were here yesterday, right? don't know. I don't even know how a guy could fit in a suitcase. That's just weird. He was a little bitty man. Okay, that's right. I thought you were. Where did you say you were from again? Yeah, hide and seek my butt. I ain't getting no dang suitcase. I watch too much crime stuff. Oh, Ohio. Oh, so what do you think about JD Vance? I'm upset with Trump for picking him. I mean, I don't dislike him. I just wish he'd have picked Vivek. And I can tell you the Republican convention looks boring. I've been to conventions and they are fun as heck. It's a party all the time. They're only on the first day though. So I could see they're trying to be all conservative. You know, they are conservatives. But honey. They're that's okay. You don't have to be. Conventions are fun as heck though. Have you ever been to a convention? They're supposed to be fun. That one doesn't look fun. It looks boring. Oh. No, I do not play hide and seek with my spouse. We are too old for hide and seek. Charlie Adelson, that guy. That's another Jewish crime. I don't know if very many people actually, I mean, you know what? There are Trump supporters, but at this point, I think most people are just, what the heck? Chris Jansen, isn't he a journalist? Okay, I have to use the term journalist very, very loosely these days. Ugh. Don't even with her. That woman is something else. Sometimes I just wish she'd not talk, though. Like, really? Like, she's embarrassing. I just wish she wouldn't talk. Some of the things that come out of her mouth. I know I can't play. I'm so nervous about playing a lot of things on here because YouTube is so mean to me right now. And I'm trying to not to be mean to YouTube because I want them to be nice to me again. But I'm finding it really hard. I'm going to do some research today and see if I have to switch over to Patreon or something. If I can move everything over to a different thing. But I think I saw you on Twitter, formerly known as X, Brandy. But I can't remember. They were asking if they should change it back to Twitter since people still call it Twitter. Not guilty. What are you looking at, KL? What are your thoughts? You're new to the chat, KL. So what are your thoughts? Give us your theories. Okay. Why do you think? What are your thoughts on why not guilty? I want to hear your reasonings. You think the ex did it? What makes you think Jeff did it? Because he confessed? Yeah, the Samantha. Hi, Butterfly. Welcome. We're still waiting. And he had no alibi. Definitely obsessed with her. Okay. So, yes. I think it's strange that he confessed. I think it's strange that when they searched his house, that he had a lot of pictures of him and Samantha all over the house. I think that the lack of alibi, right? That his phone was at his house the whole night, and that he says he was listening to a podcast and a record, and there was no one who could back his alibi. That is strange. I find it strange that the police just bought that. And I haven't heard if they asked him to do a polygraph, even though I know polygraphs don't count in court. But for a lot of detectives or police sake, just to get them kind of like, okay, why don't we do a polygraph just to get this, done for sure, right? Like, yeah, you're having an anxiety attack, but you're confessing to something pretty dang serious here. So why don't we just go ahead and do this polygraph and get it out of the way? And right, no investigation into the medications. Like, did his psychiatrist say, because I looked into the medications, I know that you don't ease off of Trintellix, okay? And you do definitely not combine Trintellix with the other medication. I can't pronounce it right now, and I don't have my notes in front of me. But you don't combine those medications, period. You don't do that. Because if you do, that is a hospital visit, not an anxiety attack. And any doctor who would combine those medications would be in big trouble. They would know. But the possibility of him having that type of an anxiety attack or any type of hallucinations on the medication he was on, supposedly, that is pretty low, very, very, very low. And he would have to have bipolar disorder, which he doesn't have. He just says he has depression. So that doesn't fly. Also, if you're having an anxiety attack, you're not able to spell your last name. So, yeah, Butterfly, why do you think Michael did it? Because you're one of the only ones who thinks Michael did it. So what are your thoughts on it? True. If I will say, Butterfly, I keep saying this, but I know some things about this trial that I can't say I know, but I do know some things. So if that would help your thought process. But I know Michael walked a lot downtown that night. But I know Michael didn't kill her. I don't know who killed her for sure, but I know Michael didn't kill her. I mean, if Jeff is the one who did it, which it's pretty strong possibility that he did, because he literally teed up his alibi or his sorry, Butterfly. I can't say a lot. But Jeff set up his whole defense. I'm sorry. His whole defense by saying he was having the anxiety attack. He was mixing up his meds. He, couldn't remember. He forgot all of these key words he was saying, these key things he was saying. And by calling his psychiatrist before he called the police, setting up this whole anxiety, psychotic break, all of this stuff he was doing. That is all setting him up to get a defense ready. That's all Jeff was working the system, and definitely right. Like, she didn't ask why he was there because she already knew, because Jeff was he had already set up the whole, like, we're just going to say I suffer depression. She and I had just broken up. I don't remember. And even on the stand, remember, he said, and this is how I know that he is a liar. Okay. Not only by his body language on the stand, but I went back at last night and watched it again. But he said again on the stand, I don't remember anything from that night. I don't remember. That is what a lot of killers, if you go back and listen to a lot of people who have killed, Betty Broderick, for instance, if you go back and listen to her testimony on the stand, I don't remember. It just, when she even tells her story, she knows good and damn well what she did. I've talked to Betty Broderick. She knows good and damn well what she did, and she is not regretful at all. She's not sorry one bit. So I know exactly, she knows exactly what she did. But on the stand, she said, I don't know what happened. I don't remember. It just, the gun just went off. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know how I ended up there. I don't know. I don't have any memory. So that is what people say when they are guilty as hell. And Jeff is guilty as hell. I don't remember. I don't remember. You don't remember the entire Friday night into Saturday. But yet he could tell you that he got home at 8:00 and he listened to a podcast for 2 hours and listened to a record and then went to bed at 10:00 on the dot, and then got up at 7:30 and went to the grocery store. And then all of the events happening after. But that gap between 10 and 7:30, he has zero memory of. That's what he's saying. Because he was asleep. But now I can't remember. Okay. Instead of saying, I was asleep, why is there something to remember if I was asleep? Right? Right. But I know I didn't do it. But I said I did. But I can't remember. But I was asleep. If you're asleep, there's nothing for you to freaking remember. You don't have to say, I don't remember. So that guy's a liar. Yeah, Betty, she's, you know what? I'm sorry, y'all. This is terrible for me to say. Terrible. I love Betty Broderick. I've been fascinated with Betty Broderick since I was a kid. And I have followed her, and she and I have conversed. And I've always thought, like, man, like I don't know. It's terrible. I know, but go Betty. I just think she's awesome, but she does not at all think that she is in the wrong. But I think Betty's amazing. Because I tell you what, let me just tell you, okay. I'll just say it. Y'all know, you're women. Look, if Betty Broderick, okay, Kirsten, let me tell you about Betty Broderick because I just love her. Okay, so Betty Broderick is a beautiful woman who married a beautiful man, and they made beautiful babies. She was pregnant 9 times, and not all of her babies were able to be born. She ended up having a few that were stillborn. They had, I think, 4 or 5 kids. Anyway, she was in college when she met her husband, Daniel Broderick, and they both came from good families, Catholic families. But she went to school, she got her degree, then she worked and put her husband through college. He went to school to be a doctor. Then he decided he wanted to be a lawyer. So she worked, raised the kids so he could go to school and become a lawyer and a doctor. And then he got a big job offer in California and grew with this firm. And Daniel Broderick was a very powerful attorney and also head of some type of a bar association out there. Anyway, he had this big boy job. They were making tons of money, living in California. She was a homemaker now. She was super mom. And then he decided to bring in this assistant or something. Anyway, she was a receptionist in the building downstairs. And then he decided, ooh, who is that? And he made her a assistant to him, Linda. And then he decided he really liked Linda. And so he started a relationship with Linda. And then he started treating Betty like she was garbage. And then he kicked Betty out of the house. He filed for divorce from Betty. By the way, they were looking for a new home to live in, and they bought the new home. Betty had no idea that she was getting a divorce. Her husband went out and bought a Porsche for himself, and she thought he was just going through a midlife crisis. But guess what? Oh no, Betty, the new house we just bought together as a family, you're living in that house, and I'm going to stay living in our house. And then here you go, we're getting divorced. And yeah, so anyway, Betty turned into a psycho crazy, you know what? And I would do the same thing. And then when he married Linda, well, that was just the icing on the cake. And little Betty lost her mind, and she went over and shot them in their sleep. And she did not care, and she still don't care. Just so y'all know, she's 70-something years old in prison, and she has been denied parole every time. Which, by the way, y'all, they released the guy who shot Robert F. Kennedy. So what the heck? You released that guy, but you haven't released Betty Broderick? That's a problem. Okay? I'm just saying. Like, she's no longer a threat to society. Okay? She took out the people that she is done with. So, hello. So, sorry. But yes, I also remember Candy Montgomery. And yeah, but Betty's a champ. Sorry. I know. probably shouldn't say that because people probably think. This is why nobody should look at my internet searches. Nobody should probably be watching my videos because they'll probably be like, this chick right here is crazy. I say things out loud I probably shouldn't say. Look, my boyfriend already knows if he ever does something, I will. Just saying, he knows that. He knows. It'll happen. Because I'm a bad aim, y'all. So it'll have to be some other way. Oh, Lord, the FBI is going to be kicking down my doorstep before I know it. She was, man. She was super scorned. She was crazy. You don't call a woman crazy, though. Don't do it. That's the last thing you do. Last thing you do, call a woman crazy or psycho. Do not do it. I know Gwen is taking us for a ride somewhere. She had to go get a CT scan, so we're going to pray for her. Hope that goes well. Still waiting for a verdict. No verdict. So what is does anybody know about the I'm originally from Alabama, but I live in Texas now. But I'm originally from Alabama. So yes, you hear a twang. You hear a twang. You hear that southern twang. And if I get really excited, it gets really bad. So Candy was a show. Candy was a show, and it was called Candy on Hulu. It's still on Hulu. Oh, dude. Okay, so Daddy's the champ. Let me tell you. So from what I'm told about the Jewish pickings, okay, there's slim pickings in the Jewish male community. So what I understand is because she lived in Detroit, in downtown Detroit, there aren't very many single men in downtown Detroit that are Jewish. Okay. A lot of them live out in the suburbs, apparently. And she wasn't about that life. She wasn't about living in the suburbs. She wanted to live in downtown Detroit. So for her to find a downtown Detroit Jewish man, it was really hard for her to do because all the men lived like out in Lansing or in too far out for her. So yeah, she Samantha was pretty. She could have had like the one guy she was dating or friends with benefits with, David Wollington, was like her polar opposite. Like he was a Republican. He was I guess the better looking of the guys, but I saw him and was like, ew, I wouldn't. But yeah, I'm with you there, man. But I guess if you only have a small pool to choose from, but still, I got standards. I mean, we're looking for them 6 figures, and that ain't that the standards today? I got to get on that. Samantha, we're talking about Samantha. She had the taste in men. Remember all the dudes that got up on the stand that she was dating? You'd be the Brad Pitt. I'm telling you, man, that's the slim pickings from what I hear. So she was apparently out of all their leagues. So I guess I mean, I'm just gonna, if I was young and saying, I mean, all these young girls now, their standards are like, oh, he's got to have 6 figures. He's got to drive a Lambo. He's got to do this, that. I'm like, who are y'all talking about? Oh my God, this fly is driving me crazy, y'all. And I can't kill it because he's in my coffee cup right now. Ooh, I can put something on the coffee cup. Trap him in the mug. Darn it, he flew out. Okay. My exciting part of the day is a fly in my coffee cup. You can tell I have no life. Oh, good, Crystal, you're in Detroit. Yeah, she was a great person, and they said that she loved Detroit so much, and that she was a very giving, kind person, and that even if David has even told me that even if Michael had walked into her house or came into her house, she would have been like, hey, how are you? Or, sat down and had a coffee with him or something. Like, she wouldn't have been weird about it. Are you seeing my Keanu Reeves stuff back here? Hunty. I know. He's my obsession. You should see all the stuff that I have. But yeah, she was a great person. But you can't have that kind of position and power and somebody not dislike you. Think about that. Like, you can be a great person. And then, why did you say you love Keanu Reeves, Kirsten? That just comes out of nowhere if you didn't see all my stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, she's all about human rights, civil rights, and that kind of stuff. That's why I feel like she's got to be rolling in her grave right now, because this is not how she would want this to be happening. This is not the person. She's kicking and screaming. Because this is not the person that did this. Of course he has issues. He's a weirdo. Super weird. Oh, Brett. No, Kirsten. Seriously? Look at this. Is you love Keanu? No, ma'am. I don't think you understand. You can't love Keanu more than I do. I have sequin pillowcases. I have shirts. I have all of this is Keanu. This is a John Wick Funko Pop. I even have all of this is Keanu. I even have a Duke Kaboom toy from Toy Story. Are you kidding me right now? I have posters the size of movie theater posters of Keanu Reeves. My boyfriend just accepts it. He has no choice. It is what it is. And all of this will be cremated with me when I die. And God will chastise me when I get to heaven. I know. No, you didn't miss the verdict, Gwen. I was telling them that you were taking us for a ride with you to your CT scan. I'm still looking for the verdict. But the ballerina pretrial, that judge got all over her. He is not having any of her shenanigans. Oh, I need my glasses. What? Are you kidding me? Yes, him and Bill and Ted. Yes, ma'am. Be excellent to each other. That is the best saying ever. And I have, by the way, a Wild Stallions t-shirt because I'm a Wild Stallions fan. Mm-hmm. Sorry. I just saw something on X. Oh my goodness, my computer's doing all kinds of crazy things. Okay, so yeah, they keep telling me that too. Lots of water. I do drink a lot of water. Gwen, I'm sure you drink a lot of water. It's still not comfortable. It's not working. Like, how many gallons of water do you need to drink? Come on, KL. How many gallons of water do I got to drink? How much do we have to drink to be comfortable? I'm kind of hoping that this alternate juror is coming in and is like, I agree, let's go. Like, what is it? Oh, girl. I can't remember where I got this blanket. I might have gotten it on Amazon. So you can look on Amazon. So you can look on Amazon for this blanket. And then I got my sequin pillowcases on Amazon. I think I got those on Etsy. Etsy's a good spot for Keanu stuff. I'm not obsessed, by the way, just so y'all know. But, you know, I do drink coffee in the morning, but I don't drink sodas. Yeah, Etsy's good for, I get a lot of my cute Korean stuff from there, and but mostly just Keanu stuff. I don't really care about anything else. Oh my gosh, why? Oh, yeah, that's terrible, China. That sounds awful. Well, I'm sitting in my chair today. I did, y'all unfortunately had to see my bed yesterday, but I'm sitting in my chair today. I have my ball sit on my, my left butt cheek because it hurts all the time. I don't know why. I think I have a sciatica issue to go along with my other issues. Who doesn't have issues? I think we all have issues. Daddy's the champ probably doesn't have issues because he's the champ. I don't know what he's the champ of, but Oh, still no news. Oh, yeah, that sounds terrible. I would hate that. I've had so many issues and so much pain that I can't even. I only work on the weekends. It's ridiculous, and I can't even do my little 2-day a week. It's so stupid. I feel so badly. I'm like, I'm just gonna have to quit. And I was literally about to quit because I felt so bad because I've been missing so much work. Because my YouTube channel, even though I hadn't made any money really, I've only made like $12, was monetized. And I was like, I'll just dump everything into my YouTube channel. And then they demonetized me. So now I'm like, So strong you made rocks. Girl, I don't want to be that strong. My son, I'm telling you, my 24-year-old. Yeah, we all got issues, right? I'm telling you, dude. I don't want to be that strong, Gwen. I don't want to do that. My son, that 24-year-old of mine, whoo, man. Telling you that child was put on this earth to put me in the loony bin, make me crazy. So I don't want to have that kind of stress to be so strong to make stones. No, ma'am. No, thank you. Take that on down the road. Cause that boy ain't right. That's like on dang it. What is that show? I ain't right. Bobby Hill. That boy ain't right. I tell you what, that child is smart, common sense wise. I don't know what to do. It's like, it just ain't there. It's like I've never lived a day. Don't know. I don't know. Where'd you say you were from again, Daddy's a champ? I can't remember. Are you from the Midwest? Or are you from North Carolina? Who's from North Carolina on here? I can't remember. I think it's Brandy. No. Brandy's from Ohio. No. Dang it. Telling you, man, if I had a brain, I'd rule the dang world. I'm kind of hoping this alternate juror seriously will speed this up. Because maybe they already had an idea. I just hope it's in line so they can get to this verdict. I'm hoping to receive a message. Ooh, I told y'all, Hannah Gutierrez's lawyer is filing a motion to dismiss.
Hannah Gutierrez, who is currently serving an 18-month prison sentence for that same crime. Let's bring in a very special guest now. We're so pleased to have him on the Hannah's attorney, James, a prosecutor and a criminal defense attorney on the private. Want him in action. He was sensational, representing her on really tough facts. Jason, good morning. It's nice to see you.
Yeah,
can we plead with a motion for a new trial? That I was joking a little bit yesterday on the program, saying, and I bet you're on the way, filed ASAP. Tell us, has it been yet?
Julie, and it's great to see you. And we will have a motion today. The motion is going to spell out in detail that we are seeking a dismissal or a motion or a new trial. As you saw, the judge very thoughtfully considered the evidence and the situation that developed the trial and found serious misconduct on the part of the prosecution in a discovery violation. And also in how they treated certain evidence, putting it into a separate file and not turning it over to the defense. That is just the tip of the iceberg that we will be filing in our motion today. We have learned about other serious discovery violations, and the biggest thing about our system, ensuring the fairness to advise trial. We're all entitled to that, and we're going to be putting that before the judge.
Jason, my ears perked up when you said other discovery violations. So you're saying more than just the rounds that they chose not to test and not to disclose?
Absolutely, Julie. We have found now that we did not get a third expert report from their expert on the firearms. We did not get Kenny, which, as you remember, Seth Kenny was one of the key witnesses, one of the key players in this whole matter. And we just found out last week that there were 900 new pages, approximately over, of emails and statements of witnesses in the trial that we would have been able to cross-examine them on. So it's actually beyond the pale. You cannot conduct a trial in an unfair manner, a prosecutor. You put it all out there and let the jury decide. But what happened here is we had things hidden from us, and that's not fair.
No, and you know this, Jason, from having seen over. You don't just get to pick and choose like they did in this situation that caused the dismissal for Alec Baldwin's case. Backing up a moment, did you say you were denied an interview opportunity with Seth Kenny? I wanted to make sure I'm hearing you correctly.
We actually interviewed Seth Kenny, and we had some of his interviews, but we got a complete new interview he had conducted with the prosecution that we never knew about. He made several favorable statements to Hannah, which are going to be in our motion, which we never had, and which if I had, I would cross-examine him. It could have changed the way he saw his testimony, I believe. And I want to highlight something just said. The duty of a prosecutor is to do justice, and that's the first thing they teach you. Linda Johnson, in her interviews, the right thing at the end of the hearing on July 12th. And you saw another version of that, which is the prosecution essentially hiding evidence and trying to win at all costs. And that is not the duty of a prosecutor. So we're going to be attacking that in our motion.
Right. Jason, it's about doing the right thing. I remember my mentor told me, it's the best job in the world because you get to come to work every day and do the right thing. And sometimes the right thing is withdrawing charges, amending charges, not proceeding with the prosecution. It's not about getting a conviction, as you know. I want to play a clip for you of Seth Kenny. This is where, during the motion to dismiss the case, he was called as a witness, as you know. Let's take a listen to some of what he said.
Did you provide props and ammunition to the set of the movie Rust?
I did.
Was that after you brought these back from Texas?
I do not know. I do not know when this bin came back to Albuquerque from Texas.
You drove it back yourself?
I did, but I did a few trips.
You don't remember the day that you brought it back?
Correct.
Okay.
It could have been before the shooting, could have been after the shooting.
The dummy rounds that you provided to the set of Rust, did you personally ensure they were all inert?
Absolutely.
Ooh, okay. So, Jason, this is huge what you're sharing with us this morning, that there were exculpatory statements he made about your client, Hannah, that you're sharing with us that the prosecution held back before you went to trial. You had knowledge of the process. And then after you watched him on Friday, did he say anything contradictory to what he had said in those previous statements? I'm curious.
I think his testimony and jury have changed repeatedly in certain important aspects. One of the biggest is we now know he came back October 12th and he brought a box of dummy rounds to Sarah Zachary on that day. Well, that's 9 days before the shooting. So this testimony that he doesn't know when he came back, I find very like I did at trial. I mean, there's gas receipts. Obviously, he had to fill up coming from Texas. He could have gone back and that was an attempt to try to hide that he brought him back. Now we know he brought him back on October 12th. And we're going to be able to prejudge. Ultimately, what the jury heard was a partial version, and the prosecutors hid the full version. So we're going to bring that out in some of our matters in the moment.
Oh, I'm sure you are. The motion's going to be chocked full of multiple grounds for dismissal and, or a trial, depending on how it comes down. Jason, backing up a little bit, we heard a lot about this witness Teskey, hired officer who was a good Samaritan, this motion to dismiss hearing, who brought the rounds to the sheriff's office in Santa Fe and said, you ought to test these because I believe what I have here is the batch of rounds from which round that Helena Hutchins came from. And he had them from storing ammunition from his dad, Thel Reed, who had Seth Kenny, image that Seth took possession of. I want to ask you something that came. The prosecution was sort of pushing back during the hearing. You heard Kerry Morrissey saying, well, the defense knew about Troy Teskey and they called him as a witness. Just why he is.
Well, and I'll tell you exactly why we didn't. I did know about Troy Teskey, and we had been asking them for years, the prosecution for years, to come and pick up these rounds and test them. Troy Teskey had rounds from the same batch that went to Seth Kenny on the 1883 set through Thel Reed. So we had been asking him, test these rounds and see if they match the live rounds from the Russ set. The sheriff wouldn't pick him up. Then in November of 2023, Kerry Morrissey interviewed Seth Kenny and said, we are going to have law enforcement come get them. So please preserve them. So that's what Troy, he didn't do anything with them. He waited. We waited. Again, the prosecution never came and picked him up, never tested him. So the problem is they just denied the opportunity for us to determine if those matched the live rounds. At that point, there was not a reason to call Troy Teskey. So at the end of the trial, we had him turn those into the sheriff, hoping that they then test them. So if our appeal is successful, we can say we got to the truth. The biggest question in the case is, how did those live rounds get there? And the first part is testing and matching that same batch, which they weren't able to do. They weren't willing to do, I should say. So instead of testing it, they hid a secret file, which that was inconceivable, and never thought in a million years they would do that.
Oh, sir, I'm sure they have regret, embarrassment today, as they should be. They should be more than embarrassed. Jason, is there anything else? I mean, there's so much here. Please tell us anything else you want to share. Perhaps even your client Hannah's reaction to this. I'm sure you've spoken to her since the news of the dismissal broke. Anything you can share about what she related in terms of what she feels now?
He can tell you that she heard her new motion, and this judge is very thoughtful, very considering of all the evidence. And look, all we're asking for is a fair procedure, and we did not get it during that trial, unquestionably, with what happened.
Yeah, this is it's quite a shame. And you know well from serving on the other side, there's no reason why you didn't get that expert firearms report you mentioned, the statements coming from the other interviews that were done with Seth Kenny that are exculpatory and favorable for your client, and why you were not privy to this information. Regarding those rounds and why they sat on them and refused to test. Jason Bowles, thank you so much for your time and for waking up early for us this morning. We'll look forward to seeing you soon. Take care.
I'm still checking to see if we have heard anything. I haven't gotten any messages. And I haven't seen anything on YouTube or anywhere. So the thing with the Hannah Gutierrez situation, that to me was honestly just a waste of time and money. She only got 18 months and she would be out in 12 on good behavior. It does make her a felon, but let's be real. that was a complete crap show, and it was just a show. It was for show. And the whole Alec Baldwin thing, that too was for show, because that was just to get that prosecutor. She just wanted to make a name for herself. And like I said, with props on sets and stuff, like every person has their own job. That all is someone's responsibility. But also, when you get props like from someone like Seth Kinney, you are getting props from other sets. Other people have used those props, and if he's not organized, you don't know if there is mixed up stuff in there. So it could have come from him. And he does look like a save your own butt kind of guy. I don't know. Daddy's a champ. I was kind of hoping this alternate juror was going to come in and shake it up to the point that it was going to be a quick verdict. I mean, kind of what we were hoping for in the beginning. But since they have to start over, I don't know what is going to happen. This guy is going to be, let me show you. This guy is going to finally come to his senses.
SSMAN.
Good afternoon, officer.
SSMAN.
Good afternoon.
How are you employed?
I work for the city of Detroit Police.
Okay. Were you working in that same capacity on December the 10th of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to escort Michael Jackson from interrogation to the Detroit detention?
Yes.
Okay. And for the record, do you meet Michael Jackson Bolanos in the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay. If you could point him out and say what he's wearing.
He has an orange suit on.
Okay. You're on for the record, we like the record to reflect that the witness identified Mr. Jackson Bolanos. Okay. During the course of this transportation, did Mr. Jackson Bolanos ever make any type of comment to you about him touching a body or coming across a young lady?
No, he just kept saying that he was in the wrong place at the time.
Okay. Ever mentioned that he touched the body?
Not to my knowledge, I don't remember. No.
You don't remember that?
No.
Officer Osmond, you're under oath, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And me and yourself had a conversation, correct? Okay, so you're saying right now.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever tell me recently that you remember that Mr. Jack Bolanos said that he touched the body and he ran away from it when he came across the body?
I don't remember because I don't review my body. I don't remember that.
Okay, I'm not asking you about whether or not you reviewed your body cam. Did you ever make the statement to me that you remembered that Mr. Jackson Bolanos told you that he touched the body? Officer, please.
I mean, I don't remember.
You don't remember us having a conversation not even 3 weeks ago about you remembering if Mr. Jackson Bolanos told you personally that he came off the body and touched the body and then he ran? You don't remember us having that conversation?
No.
So we didn't have that conversation? Officer Osmond, we didn't have that conversation?
I don't remember that. I mean, I remember talking to you at the piece of, and you called me and said that you might need me to testify.
You don't remember you called me because you got some
because
type
he's
of
afraid to
information
talk
from your police station, and you called me And then we had a conversation about what you remember you taking Mr. Jackson Bolanos to the Detroit Detention Center.
I remember taking it.
Do you remember the conversation me and you had prior to me seeing you at the pizza place?
No.
You don't remember giving me your email?
I remember giving you my email, yes.
Okay. And that happened prior to us seeing each other at the pizza parlor last week, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And during that conversation with your email, I asked you whether or not you remember if Mr. Jackson Bolanos mentioned anything about coming across a body. You remember that, correct?
Yeah, he said he came across a body.
And you told me, you remember, you sat there for a while and you were thinking like, hold on, he kept saying things about cars, And you're like, oh yes, I remember he said he came across a dead body, he touched the body and got scared and ran. Are you denying you said that?
No, I'm not denying it.
Okay, you said that, didn't you? Honestly.
Yeah.
Okay.
I told you.
Okay. And you told me that because it was the truth, correct?
I mean, I wasn't there.
I understand, officer. We're not saying whether or not it's true. The question is, Mr. Jackson Bolanos told you that had happened when you were taking him to the Detroit Detention Center, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
You participated in his arrest, is that correct? And at the time of the arrest, is it fair to say that you weren't aware of the circumstances of the case? Is that correct?
Correct.
But then after the arrest and after you got back from taking the defendant to the Detroit Detention Center, you became aware that this had to do with the Samantha Woll case, which was a highly publicized case, correct? And after that all happened, after you got back from the Detroit Detention Center with the defendant, you wrote a police report, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't put anything in your police report about any comments that the defendant allegedly made, correct?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay, if you looked at your police report, would that refresh your
Yes.
recollection? May I approach, Your Honor? The document I'm holding, is that a copy of your police report? Does that appear to be a copy of your police report?
Yes.
And there's nothing in there about the defendant allegedly making any statement about touching the body, is it?
No.
And that would be a pretty important step in the circumstance case.
Yes.
And if he had said that, you would have documented that at the time, correct?
Yes.
And you had an opportunity to review your body-worn camera from this arrest and your interaction with the defendant, is that correct?
Yes.
And that body-worn camera covers the initial arrest, correct? It covers transporting the defendant to the place of the arrest, the interview room at Detroit Police Court, correct? It covers you transporting the defendant from Detroit Police Headquarters to the Detroit Detention Center, correct?
Yes.
The only place that it doesn't cover is the point where you're walking the defendant past the booking area to his actual cell. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that would be a very short period of time, sort of considering the totality of your interaction with the defendant.
Yes.
And you testified on direct that sitting here today, you don't have any independent recollection of him actually making this statement about touching the body. Is that correct?
I think that's a mischaracterization. I believe he did remember him saying that. So that's a mischaracterization of what he testified to during direct.
So I guess let me ask it this way. When you were first asked by Mr. Brown whether the defendant in this statement, your answer was what?
No.
And then it sounds like you developed some extra recollection of this after the defense attorney asked you some more questions.
Yes.
So I guess my question is, sitting here today, yes or no, do you remember the defendant making this statement?
Barely. Barely. I mean, It was so long ago. I mean, so much going on with from me getting from the Q line to the DC, and it being
They're at lunch right now.
Somewhat I do remember, somewhat I don't.
Okay, but it's fair to say that that statement is nowhere on any of the recorded body cam footage that you reviewed, right?
No.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Officer Osmond, has anybody implied any type of that may come your way you would justify to about the truth?
No.
Okay. Did anybody shoot prior to the day about you not having the statement in your police report about touching, Miss Jackson touching the body?
No.
Did anybody question you on why your body cam may or may not have been operable at the particular time that Mr. Jackson was made the statement? Okay, thank you. No further
Weak link.
Thank you, Mr. Bell.
And I think that he will say something. He won't be able to hold it in because he can't. I don't think he can sleep at night. Lying on the stand like that, lying and knowing that he's putting could be putting someone in prison for the rest of their life. So I messaged him asking him for his time for an interview. So we'll see. The jury is out to lunch. So I just got a message. They're out to lunch. So there is no verdict still. So they will continue after lunch. Yeah, I think he's the weak link out of all those people. I can tell he felt conflicted on the stand. He was trying not to answer, but he had to answer. But I could tell he felt very conflicted because he didn't want to. He didn't want to lie, but he had to lie, or he felt he had to lie. So I feel like he is not able to sleep with a clear conscience, knowing what he did. Did you say? I appreciate it, Gwen. What'd you say, Kirsten? They have details on this guy. I don't know what.
45th president's rally.
Let's get to NBC6 political reporter Steve Litz joining us with the very latest on the FBI's probe, Steve, into the shooting and how local law enforcement have handled security at major events in the past.
And guys, word came into the newsroom this afternoon that presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will be under the protection of the Secret Service, and that is because of what happened over the weekend. Sources tell NBC News more than a dozen
She brutally
guns
killed that
were
guy.
found in a search of the shooter's family home, all gunman's father. We also know 2 local police approached the suspect just before he opened fire. New video from the crowd with a different angle of the attempted assassination on former President Trump. Why Thomas Matthew Crooks shot Mr. Trump remains a mystery 2 days later. Former Miami Police Director Juan Perez.
Certainly something was missed that could have been prevented, but now's an opportunity to fix it.
The building where the alleged shooter's body was found was roughly 148 yards from where the president spoke and outside the service's security perimeter. And 2 sources familiar with the agency's operation tell NBC News its roof was identified as a potential vulnerability ahead of the event. A spokesperson for the Secret Service says they designated that the rooftop was a jurisdiction of local law enforcement and worked with them to maintain event security, but no one was posted on this particular building. As on the importance of police agencies talking with other.
As you saw on Saturday, there may or may not have been a notice of the individual on the roof, and law enforcement from the local agency may have attempted to go. So, it'll be a lot faster, a lot smoother, when you're all in the same room together and it's been pre-planned very well.
Was 20 years old, worked nursing facility, was a member of a local gun club, and his rifle was purchased legally. Today, 2 FBI agents were seen going into his home located outside Pittsburgh. So far, they have not identified an ideology. They've driven him, former president. Perez on takeaways from a tragedy like this.
Even if it was a perfectly planned event and something happens, you have to go back and critique yourself so that we can improve from these things, and next, for sure, at the next similar type of location, that's never going to happen again.
And 1 spectator was killed, 2 were seriously hurt. They were listed in stable condition yesterday. Live in the studio, I'm Steve Litz, NBC6 News.
That's really sad. Somebody died. Well, I want to see what's happening with Madeline Soto.
For what's trending in true crime, jail emails between accused killer Stephen Stearns and his family indicate that they think that someone else was involved in the death of 13-year-old Madeline Soto.
I don't know who else.
Stearns is charged with murdering and sexually abusing Madeline, who was the daughter of his girlfriend, Jennifer Soto. Now, the state attorney's office released a 64-page document of email correspondence between Stearns and someone who appears to be his mother. In an email dated June 25th, Stearns writes, quote, there is perhaps a hope for my situation. I maintain hope that I might be able to come home once this whole nasty business has reached its end. To which his mother replies, quote, we all know, and the name is redacted here, we all know, was heavily involved in this. And I am disgusted that she is free and you are not.
Oh, you mean
this
Mom?
is not all your fault. You need to think about yourself more and her less. She sure isn't thinking of you and how she can help you right now. All right. So, question now. Are the walls closing in on Jen Soto? Does this change anything? We know she's still being investigated by police, hasn't been charged up to this point. Let's bring in our guest. Still with me, the Director of Prosecution Projects at International University, former homicide prosecutor, and want to welcome in former forensic death investigator,
Yeah,
professor
what
at
they
Jacksonville
need.
State University, and the host of the Body
That's
Bags
my
podcast,
university, Jack
Joseph
State.
Scott Morgan. Good morning to you all.
Go Cox.
Jennifer Soto, will she be charged? Want to get your thoughts on this. Matthew Mangino, our
Jacksonville,
former
Alabama.
DA, let me start with you, please.
These emails appear to be maybe self-serving. This is an exchange between, Stearns and his mother. They indicate that somebody else is involved. Don't forget, there's videotape from his camera of Stearns sexually assaulting Soto. So, it's not as though he has no responsibility here. But, the police have investigated this matter and put a lot of work into this. I think if Soto was going to be charged, she would have been charged in this case.
Okay, the fair point, Matthew. Thank you for that. And we really don't even know the details of how Madeline died, the laws in Florida, her age as a child. There's a lot of questions about that. And Professor Joe, I want to go to you next on this point, please. When we think about the possibilities of how, I'm curious if you have the same thought as I did, that I immediately wondered if her occurred during the hypo assault.
Yeah, and that's certainly a possibility. And in any case like this,
I don't know this professor.
I can tell you that that the ME's office will have done a rape kit on her, and not just
the best criminal justice.
that, Julie. We have to look back over time. Remember this feel, if you want to call it that, relationship that was going on inside the domicile. Been going a long, long time. And so I don't know that you really have a lot of indications that there was ongoing physical abuse, like where we see things like broken bones sometimes with children, bruises, this sort of thing. It's hard to really know at this point. The histrionics in this case are going to be so muddled because the situation has gone on for so long. Did he fly into a rage at that moment in time and take life? And I think when all is done and it is revealed specifically what was done to this child, many things will come to light. We'll see how horrific this is.
Most definitely, Professor Joe. Children, as we all know, deserve to be protected. And I think just what boils my blood is this was happening under mom's roof. He's living with mom, and then lost for him. We know that when talking about at school, all of that, she wasn't honest. So I have so much suspicion for her. And then how about his mother defending him and wanting to implicate Soto in the email? Seems to be other. We don't know because it acted, but I mean, who else would love him in that way but a mother? Melba Pearson, last but certainly not least, let me get your thoughts on these emails and what may happen with Jen Soto, please.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what my colleagues have said. I think that the investigation's ongoing, but any evidence to the mother, she wouldn't this witness. So I don't see it comes to light. I don't see that this letter is more than wishful thinking on the part of purportedly a mother who does not want to accept that her son is a pedophile.
And it turns out
exactly, Melba. Sicko Stearns is what I call him after all of that evidence, as Matthew Mangino referenced. I mean, there was, just
killed her.
A plethora thick, disgusting evidence. At least they found his phone showing the abuse of Madeline photos. I mean, is just a hunch what happened to this child. Now he's complaining about his living conditions in jail. I want to show you all another portion of an email. He writes, quote, "The mat is flat, has very little cushion left. The cell is small, filthy, has some spots on the wall that appear to be bloody fingerprints. Blah, blah, blah." He's complaining about his situation. We've heard complaints from him before, haven't we? Take a listen.
Temperature's down. Temperature's like a degree or two lower than it should. Wow.
floor with a roll of toilet paper for a pillow and nothing else. Begging for a blanket or a pad to sleep on for like 2 days.
You tell that cop feels so sorry for him.
Sounds rough, man.
Oh, you wonder what the sheriff's deputy is really thinking. I wonder if he's thinking, I'm having a hard time feeling sorry for this guy based on the allegations that we know. Let's bring back in our power panel. Matthew Mangino, back to you. Your thoughts, please.
Sounds like a spoiled little guy. He's exchanging emails with his mother that, I hope to come home soon. The place is not very nice. No kidding. You're in jail. You've been charged with sexual assault and murder of a 13-year-old. You're not going to have the best accommodations. You're going to have reasonable accommodations for the circumstances, but no, you're not going to have a fluffy pillow. They're not going to come in and scrub the walls every day. And it's going to be noisy because there are a lot of other people who committed crimes who are sitting in the same facility that you are. So, it's sour grapes from a guy who just doesn't get it, who's a reprehensible, at least we know from videotape, sexual assault of a child and complaining about his living conditions. No sympathy here.
I'm with you, Matthew. No sympathy. Professor Joe, no sympathy. Is that what you say as well?
Yeah, insert sarcasm. He's a real Count of Monte Cristo, isn't he? Having to live out this existence that he currently finds himself in. I think that it goes to a bigger idea that many people, and I'll say that very, very broadly here, have given him a lot of latitude throughout his life, perhaps, that think entitled to certain things. And I'll leave it at that.
Like what you're saying there, Professor Joe. We'll have to leave it there for time's sake, but great comments from you all as per usual. Professor, we got to say goodbye to you. Thank you kindly for being on the show this morning, Professor Joseph Scott Morgan. We will see you soon.
Okay, so we know that the jury is at lunch. We're just waiting for the noon recap that I know they're going to just come back and say the jurors are at lunch. Oh, you can hear me now though, right? I turned the video off. We're waiting for the noon Detroit news. That are just going to say the jury's at lunch. So, hey, sister, how are you? I saw on my GPS tracker review that you left work earlier. I thought you would check in. You're supposed to change your name on your YouTube. I should have done that before I left. You got bored at work, so you I know. I thought you were leaving work kind of early. I was like, dang, she's already leaving. I called my sister last night, y'all, and I was talking to her. I don't even remember what I was talking to her about. But like literally as soon as I took a breath, she was like, so when do we get your ticket to come back? I was like, dang. Oh, you don't know how I can, dang it. I should have changed it while I was there. I knew it. So the jury is out to lunch. apparently there's not really any trials going on. I think while I was there, Alec Baldwin's trial got dismissed, and now Hannah Gutierrez is asking for a dismissal of her charges because now they know that evidence was hidden from them as well. We're looking at Madeline Soto's case where the stepdad or whatever is all woe is me. I'm in jail. Also, her mom is still sitting out, chilling, not concerned at all about anything, even though they're still investigating her. Oh, Lord. I don't know what I just saw there. It was scary. Okay, we have some weird stuff going on. We watched the Sarah Boone. You changed it. It worked. And then we talked about Keanu Reeves, of course, because I mean, that's a hot topic always. There's a lot of trials coming up. You are a genius. Of course you are. You're the yin to my yang, or the yang to my yin, or whatever. Anyway, Joe Biden. And then Gwen took us on a trip to get a CT scan. Dang it. And I don't think who else is in here? China's here, Kirsten's here, Brandy's here. KL had to leave. Ooh, LaDonna. Hey, LaDonna. How are you? We're still waiting. The jury is at lunch. Yeah, I'm still waiting. Oh, like I said, I was hoping that the alternate juror would be good enough or come in with a kind of make it a fast decision. What? Who is this person? Okay, here's a funny question that somebody asked on X. This is freaking hilarious. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. I don't know what kind of brain this person has, but look, let's not judge. Who else can't wait to see Kamala Harris shred JD Vance in a debate? I'll wait. I can't hear y'all laughing, but I know you're laughing. because I'm dying laughing inside. So, yeah, Kamala Harris is going to shred J.D. Vance in a debate. I can't wait to see that. I'm going to record that and play it on repeat. If that happens, hell has frozen over. I just have to say. I think that's amazing. Okay, Samantha Woll. Nothing yet. What don't you understand, Kirsten? So weird. I sit here looking at your chats like I'm waiting for somebody to talk. Who are you talking to, Brandy? Who's got to get out of here? Hey, that's what they said on X, that she was going to shred him. Okay, I'm just saying. I can't make this stuff up, man. It's out there. They put it out there. I gotta see it. If that happens, look, the stuff they put. Look, that's why I like X so much, because X is a totally free platform. You can say whatever you want. I love it. I could even do a show on X and just be happy as a clam because I could say what I wanted. Like those Cranston brothers, whatever they are, I can't with them. But hey, it's a free speech. You can say what you want because it's free. Oh my gosh, y'all. So I gotta show y'all. Let me find this video because I'll probably get in trouble for this, but you know what? YouTube has already sacked me. So let's see. Which game is it? I gotta find this. Oh my gosh, you guys. I saw this on TikTok. I'm allowed to play this because I'm reacting to it. I'm allowed to do a reaction video. Yes, I am on X. I'm on Twitter, formerly known. Wait, I'm on X, formerly known. Crap. Okay. Sorry, not sorry.
We watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
You're welcome. You are so welcome.
Who's brought
Yeah, it's Tracy Lee. EY. It's TRICEY Lee. Yeah. You know why that's happening? Why that girl got to sing the national anthem? Because we started giving people participation awards, okay? So now everybody thinks they can do what they want and they can be what they want. And that's not true. That's not true. Stop telling people that. Stop telling your kids they can sing when they can't sing. Okay? I had to break the news to my son that, okay, when he was a kid, I was like, honey, you can't sing. Okay? Like, I'm sorry. That's not happening. And he thought he could sing. Like, he really did. He really thought he could sing. He was like, oh, no, honey, you can't sing. You're not going to be the next winner of The Voice. It's not going to happen. Stop it. I was that mom. You have to be that mom. You're not good at that. Stop doing that. So I wasn't the mom that was like, yes, you can be whatever you want to be. You're going to be a dang astronaut. You are going to be a scientist. No, you are not. You will never be that because you can't do it. No. Sorry for your luck. You can't sing. So, but apparently this girl's mom did not tell her that. She wasn't honest. And now look what happened. You got to tell your kids no. Yeah, I think I'm going to stop paying for Meta. Do you guys pay for Meta and Twitter? Because I don't want to pay for both. I don't pay for Twitter for my little blue check. But I pay for Meta and I don't like it because Meta censors me. Also, it takes down some of my content. It's really, really irritating. So I don't like that. So why am I paying for something that's going to take down my content? What is that face for, Brandy? Is it because I'm a mean parent? Because I tell my kid that he can't sing because he sucks at stuff. I mean, you can't fake it. Who is what? The person singing? I have no idea. Just some girl whose mama didn't tell her that she sucked at singing. And I guess she was free. And they were like, we like free. But you get what you pay for. Keep that in mind, people. The fact this is still, yes, that this deliberation is still going on, or that the crazy life is still going on, or well, Gwen, I took choir like my whole young life, and I can't sing a lick, and nor can I read a lick. So, and I had myself convinced that I could sing, but I am convinced that I am rich. So I need everybody else, like I keep saying, for y'all to do is get on board with that. I mean, I'm announcing it on the internet and everything, and nobody's paying attention, but I am trans financial. I have been telling everybody that. I'm just going to wear a dang sign that says I'm trans financial. You know, when my boyfriend sings, because my parents used to do this to me all the time, whenever a song is on in the car and he sings, I say, who sings this song? He'll go, that's so-and-so. And I go, oh, well, let him sing it. And then he gives me a dirty look, like I said something rude or something. I don't think that's rude. I think that's let the person who sings it sing it. My parents used to do that to me. Didn't your parents do that to you when you were in the car? Yeah, it was really bad. I mean, we all knew Roseanne was going to butcher the national anthem. Who did not know that was going to happen? If anyone thought that Roseanne Barr was going to do anything but butcher the national anthem, we were crazy to think otherwise. But that little girl, bless her little heart. And I mean that not in the good bless your heart way, but I mean that in a honey, bless your heart. Like, you will not go far in life if your mama keeps lying to you. So yeah. I bet her mama told her she's the prettiest girl in the world too. And she can have any man she wants. That's not true. That's not true at all. But okay. Gwen, you're so funny. It's true though. I mean, there's different ways to say bless your heart. Like, you know, we can do the whole like, we feel sorry for you, like bless your heart. Or we can be like, you know, oh, bless her heart. Like, her husband left her, didn't leave her any money, took the car. Bless her heart. Did you hear about that? Yeah, Bill Cosby. That was a hard pill for me to swallow. I loved Bill Cosby. Pudding pops. Pudding pops. That's what old Biden gets. He gets them pudding pops every time he does a good job. He answered all the questions. What a good job, Joe. You get pudding pops, and we're going to go on a airplane ride. I was in ROTC in Indiana when I lived there. I loved ROTC. I was in choir. Now, we didn't have ROTC in Alabama, okay? We had choir, and we had choir. I can't remember what else we had, but we had I was in choir. We didn't even have drama in Alabama. Oh, we had choir and shop. That's what we had. Choir and shop. So there. I had to go all the way to Indiana to get into ROTC. And I loved ROTC. Then I had to go all the way to California to get into drama. And I was made fun of because I didn't talk like those people. So there. Also, I was made fun of because I was really stupid. Because I came from Alabama. And apparently, California education is like way above Alabama education, just so y'all know. There's a big difference in Alabama education and California education. If you have ever decide to like move your family from Alabama to California, note to self, your children are about 3 years behind California. Just so you know that. I found that out the hard way. It was really embarrassing. Like super duper embarrassing. I didn't realize how dumb I was. It's really unfair. Oh yes, it's you poor thing. Or it's code for a lot of things. Oh yeah. Southerners can tell you to go to hell and make you enjoy the trip, honey. We can do all kinds. We can say it all kinds of ways. We can say anything. Still nothing. Okay, it's 12:48 in Detroit. Still waiting for an update. Have not heard an update yet, other than they are at lunch. What are you enjoying learning the most, Kirsten? Aside from the fact that you have gotten onto a YouTube channel of a crazy nut job. Okay, China. See you in a bit. I'll start sending you my videos to edit because I hate editing. Hooray! Yay, Gwen! Girl, I know what it's like just to make it from the bedroom to the bathroom. It's a hard job for me, and it's in the same damn room. That's sad. It's all connected. My cloffice, my bathroom, my bedroom. Languages and history. Well, you have more history. Like, that's what I like about Germany. Like, there's way more history there. That's what I like about other countries. There's so much more history. Like America, we're just a melting pot of other countries. Oh yeah. Well, you don't have a wheelchair ramp, Gwen, because you're not going to be in that wheelchair forever. So we're speaking that out into existence. So you don't need a wheelchair ramp. So that's why you have to work so hard to get into the house, because you're not going to be in there. Yeah, castles. See, like, okay, so like when I moved to Alabama from Germany and everybody picked on me because I was an outsider, right? And as when I was younger, I felt like garbage. But as I grew older, I was like, wait a dang minute. Like, I've been to castles and I went on field trips to palaces and like amazing places. You people go to Panama City Beach, Florida. What the heck? So, yeah, no. I'm way better. So that's that. But now I have the Southern accent and everything. So how much better am I now? Yeah, Europe is awesome. Like, it's so cool. So pretty. Kerwood Castle. There's only one place in so in North Carolina, get it, Ashland, North Carolina. There's the Biltmore, which is so pretty. North Carolina, like the Carolinas, are really, really pretty. I love the coast of like Savannah, Georgia. All the Carolinas are pretty. The coast, like that side of America, is really cool because there's a lot of history there, and the buildings are cool. Like the South is actually kind of cool if you see all the old plantations and stuff and the houses and the styles and stuff like that. But anything else, like, yeah, I did my Grand Canyon video. That was beautiful. I mean, it's just so vast. Like the video and pictures don't do it justice because it's just huge. Like the only complaint I had about the Grand Canyon was there was other people there. Like, I just wish it was me and my sister because it was just so pretty. I didn't want to share that with anybody else. It was so pretty. And I just wanted to soak it all in. Yeah, it's awesome. Check again and see if there's any. They probably won't give any updates because they're just gone to lunch. And I'm still waiting for a hopeful message. But nothing.
Oh, sorry. Go home. I'm going to
Yeah, I haven't been to Egypt. I haven't been to anywhere like that. I'd love to go to Ireland. But I want to go to South Korea. I have not been to my home country since I was a toddler, so I don't remember it. So I want to go to my home country. I just have to get better so I can go anywhere. Yeah, it looks like it would just be stunning. Also, the prosecutors for the Karen retrial are going to go ahead and retry her, even with all the people that are being fired. Yeah. Yeah, verdict watch is excruciating. Hold on, I'm looking for something. Really, it's like the world has stopped because the attempt on Trump. Oh, I wanted you to see this. I saw this. I don't know if you saw it yet, but I wanted you to see this because it's kind of similar. I don't know. I just saw it was about a teenage girl.
Killer. We unpack the gruesome details and evidence with juvenile defense attorney Michael Gottlieb. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber.
Check this out, Gwen. I don't know if you heard about this one.
All right, I want to lay out this story for you. So it's July 7th out in Palm Bay, Florida, and police respond to a frantic 911 phone call. 16-year-old Julia Egler places a call to 911 and reports a home invasion. So police, they race over. She apparently meets them outside where she said that she and her dog had hidden in her room when a burglar broke into the back door. And by the way, to know, although Egler is a minor, we are going to use her name because of the nature of the crime and the charges
Hey, Jenny,
that she ultimately faces. But she tells police that when it seemed the burglar was gone, she left her room. And that's when she reportedly claims she found her mother, 38-year-old and her boyfriend, 22-year-old Matthew Schnezrock, dead.
22?
But here is the thing. When detectives entered the home to investigate, the evidence didn't match up to this home invasion story. There were bloody footprints from her shoes all over the house. Glass from the slider was on top of the bodies, and the home security camera video didn't show anybody breaking in. So investigators, they questioned this 16-year-old, and she eventually allegedly came clean with an absolutely shocking and disturbing confession. She allegedly admitted to killing her mother and her mother's boyfriend and told police exactly how she did it. She apparently said that she broke into her mother's bedroom, stole her .38 caliber revolver while the couple were out. Then she went into the kitchen where she grabbed a chef's knife and waited. When the two came home at around 10:30 p.m., she claimed she greeted them in the kitchen, the gun in her hand, the knife in her pocket, as if this was a horror movie. She said, "Welcome home." And then she claimed she shot her mother multiple times, killing her. Then she allegedly turns the gun on Matthew, and he apparently pleaded for her to stop. He tried to escape into the bathroom, but police say she shot him again and again until she ran out of bullets. Then she started stabbing him with that kitchen's knife. She allegedly admitted to police that Matthew, quote, essentially asked her to take him out of his misery. So she returned to her mother's bedroom, loaded one more round into the handgun, and shot him in the head. It's really sadistic, disturbing stuff we're talking about right now. And in the hour and a half before Egler called 911, she seemingly tried to stage the scene to look like a break-in, but the cover-up really didn't fool police, as I mentioned. So what could be the motive behind what is truly a brutal, premeditated crime? It's kind of hard to comprehend why a daughter would kill her own mother, but what makes it even more confusing and disturbing is the disconnect between that and all of the Facebook pictures of the two of them seemingly to be best friends who did everything together. So clearly something more was going on here, and Egler told police what it was. She had some apparently long-standing conflicts with her mother. She disapproved of her mom dating a man who was 16 years younger, and there had been apparently disagreements about Egler's decision to change genders. And Egler said things had reached a boiling point. Now, Julia Egler is charged with 2 counts of first-degree premeditated murder. There is a lot to unravel here. So, juvenile attorney Michael Gottlieb to help us make sense of this. Michael, thanks so much for coming on. Reality of kind of hard to fathom, because not only did this 16-year-old kill her own mom, but then she stabbed her mom's boyfriend almost to death. That's the allegations, and then finished him off with a bullet. Now, clearly, she has some of these issues with her mom, and
some of these issues
with this relationship. And there, of course, are a lot of teens who get angry with their parents. But anything like this you've seen before that would push someone to do something like this, it's kind of hard to make sense of.
Well, thanks for having me on. Yeah, it's an unusual situation because, number one, she's so young. Number two, as you said, there's a seemingly loving relationship on Facebook, but we all also know how social media can appear, to put forward a relationship, especially a family relationship, that doesn't really exist. It's a crime where it's kind of shocking. It shocks the conscience that she would lay in wait for her mother, for the mother's boyfriend, armed with both a gun and a knife, stab and shoot them, and then try to cover it up. It's kind of an unusual case. It has a lot of elements to it, and I can see some potential defenses as well.
The boyfriend was clearly much younger than the mother.
Where the perpetrator, so the alleged perpetrator, staged a scene. It was a robbery. It was a burglary. They're the victim in it. But it's something, I think, on the part of law enforcement to look at the evidence, the actual physical evidence at the scene, and say, something's not adding up. Because generally speaking, wouldn't you take the 16-year-old's word for what happened in this case?
I think law enforcement's responsibility is to obviously take her word. But in a situation like this, she's the most likely suspect. She's the person who's there. And the evidence easily and clearly doesn't add up. I mean, as a 16-year-old, she didn't even think to turn off the home recorder. That would be the first thing that they're going to look for in an allegation of a home invasion and a burglary is, we may have videographic evidence of who's done this. And when that doesn't add up, and there were bloody shoe prints of hers found in or near the crime scene, which, of course, if she found the bodies, that makes sense that you would have those. But at the same point in time, you're talking about seasoned investigators who are probably 20 years on the force, typically a homicide. They're going to see quite easily that her initial story doesn't really meet the scientific evidence they're seeing at the crime scene.
Are you surprised she allegedly confessed to the whole thing? And what would be some ways that a defense attorney can try to make sure that alleged confession doesn't see itself into a courtroom?
Well, so confessions are double-edged swords, obviously. If you can't get rid of the confession, and confessions have to be knowing, intelligent, and voluntary, and if you can't throw out the confession, you want to use it to show mitigation, that she initially realized what she had done was wrong. Now, I understand mitigation is typically for sentencing, but here, it's not a whodunit. She confessed that she did it. What you would want to try to do is get away from first-degree murder and see if you could get a lesser offense, whether it's second-degree murder or third-degree murder or even a manslaughter. So you want to argue, while she planned this, while she perpetrated it, she was remorseful and cooperative with the police and is deserving of a break. And if you can get that in the guilt phase, then you can get even a further break, perhaps, at sentencing.
Hey, I want to take a sidebar from Sidebar to thank one of our incredible sponsors who helps make this show happen, Blue Land. Now, we are in this new culture where we're finally recognizing how important it is to eat clean, to use clean products, because new studies are telling us we're finding out some alarming things. Like apparently we're eating and drinking roughly a credit card's worth of plastic a week. How disgusting is that? Well, that is why I'm so excited to talk to you about Blue Land. And here's the thing. I was using Blue Land even before they become a sponsor. That's how much I believe in what they're doing. Their whole goal is to eliminate single-use plastic. Their containers, their bottles, they have this really cool, sleek design. Looks great on my counter. I have their hand soap, pods for the laundry, toilet, dishwasher. My house is filled with this stuff, and it's all made with clean ingredients. I love the idea that I'm using something that's not only better for me and my family and the planet, but it takes care of the job. I'm not sacrificing quality. Just drop in the tablet, you're ready to go. Does a fantastic job. I don't have to go out and buy bulky cleaning supplies anymore. It's so see it generally more with younger people than you do with adults.
You know, it really depends. I mean, sometimes it depends on what they're looking for. Sometimes kids who commit these crimes want to be known, want to be famous, and so they're going to confess because it gets it out there. We've seen that happen before. Also, I think when you murder your mother, even though you were in the moment mad, I think there's got to be a great sense of remorse and regret and guilt. And when law enforcement comes and you know you're caught, you want to tell on yourself because it's a huge weight off your shoulders.
What about a mental health defense? And I
don't
know the
think I've
facts
ever
are quite
been
limited.
mad enough
Some
at
guys
my
haven't
mom
had a
to
chance to
want to.
really speak to this. You haven't had a chance to speak to this defendant or understand more of the circumstances. But are there potential mental health defenses that could work in her favor, given the facts that we know so far?
So my inclination is to say there's definitely not a safety defense, meaning I don't think that she's going to be able to pull off a, you know, as I said at the time, it's very goal oriented. It was out, it was premeditated. She stopped in the middle, reloaded the gun. So I don't think we're going to have a sanity defense. In terms of whether or not she has some kind of diminished capacity, here's a child who was maybe tormented by her mother's relationship. The child is also, and I use the word child because she's 16 years old. The United States Supreme Court has said that our minds don't.
I'm going to go find this noon recap of. It's a little late, but better late than never.
Live from downtown Detroit, Local 4 News at noon starts now.
Jury deliberations in the Samantha Woll murder trial appear to be back at square one. And that tops our noon on this Tuesday, everybody. Jury deliberations officially got underway a little after 8:30 this morning.
Yeah, they did. Included in that jury is an alternate juror who had to step in after another juror had to leave. This is due to a scheduled vacation. But as Sean Lay reports, this means that the jury has to start deliberating the case all over again from the beginning.
Well, good afternoon from courtroom 504, where the Samantha Woll murder trial was held and where the jury, this is their jury box, still deliberating in a room next door as essentially a new jury. They're starting over their deliberations, and here's why. After 3 full days of deliberations and not able to come up with a verdict, juror number 3 yesterday indicated to the judge that she had a pre-planned vacation and is not here today. She's excused from the jury. Alternate was put in her place. When the alternate is put in that jury are now thrown out her notes and her vote, and they start over again. This is a female juror who was excused. A male juror took her place. At the same time, this jury yesterday indicated to the judge again that they remain deadlocked. With a new juror, we don't know if they're going to be deadlocked or come back with verdicts on all charges. We understand they had reached verdicts. The original jury reached verdicts in a couple of the charges, but we don't know which charges, but now those verdicts don't stand. What happens is they have to revote on anything and deliberate on everything. 2 more in the same way. Back to you.
All right, Sean, thank you. New this morning, the president of Eastern Michigan University says that he's going to be stepping down when his contract ends in 2026.
Dang. That stinks. That stinks. That stinks. That stinks. Oh, that's infuriating. We can't keep having these juror change outs because it's going to keep them starting over and over and over again. This is going on like way too long. It'll be a week tomorrow. Well, they didn't deliberate Thursday, but the jury will have had it in their hands since Wednesday. So that's crazy, y'all. I think she should have just let them. I don't know. No, I don't want it to be deadlocked because I thought about this last night. If it's deadlocked and the prosecution says they're going to retry him, they can keep him in jail until they retry him. So we don't want it to be deadlocked at all. We don't want it to be a hung jury. They have to come back with a not guilty. They absolutely have to. So there's no option but not guilty. That's just all there is to that. So. Oh, who was it you said? Oh, hold on. Let me go back. Sorry, I got sidetracked. That's not hard to do to me.
Was sickening.
It is a bizarre and terrifying story out of Georgia. A woman's ex-husband is locked up, and Lifetime made a movie about her ordeal after he was convicted of pretending to be an intruder.
I remember this, Brandy. I know
So he could
what you're
attack
talking
her.
about now.
She joins us to talk
I
about
know.
that night.
Yes,
his
we will
case,
pray again in
where
just
her
a bit,
family
Kirsten.
goes from here.
I'm going to be
Welcome
right
to
back.
Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. We have got a different one for you right now. It is so strange, it is so harrowing that it inspired a movie on Lifetime called Gaslit by My Husband, the real life story of Morgan Metzer. So first, some background for you. Morgan Metzer met her husband Rodney in high school. They had a child in 2011 who sadly died just a few weeks after being born from a congenital heart defect. Eventually, they had twins, but their marriage was on the rocks. Rodney was a financial trader, had reportedly lost a large portion of his inheritance money. The relationship soured to the point where a divorce was finalized in December of 2020. But Morgan claims Rodney would stop at nothing to get her back, even allegedly faking cancer. You heard me right. Faking a cancer diagnosis, complete with documents, all to try to win her back, win her sympathy. But then we fast forward to New Year's Eve 2020. twins, their children, they were away. Morgan was home alone. And she awakes to find a masked man standing in her bedroom doorway wearing some sort of voice distortion tool so that he sounded like something out of Batman. She says the intruder attacked her, beat her repeatedly with a pistol. She had a large black eye. And eventually, the culprit strangled her almost to the point of unconsciousness. The injuries that she was left with were brutal. A news release from the prosecutor's office talked about this in more detail. He zip-tied her hands, assaulted her, placed a pillowcase over her head, dragged her to the deck. He left her there face down, instructing her not to move until she heard a car honk. He told her she would be shot if she moved. Now, here's the kicker. This masked intruder also reportedly told her that she was going to miss her kids and husband, which made Morgan very suspicious. A very weird thing to say about her husband, who just brings that up out of nowhere. Well, then, not too long after, Rodney shows up at the house. Yeah, his place was about 15 minutes away. He said someone had knocked on his door, yelled Morgan, so he came running to her house. That is not what investigators say happened. No. Quote, after leaving his ex-wife tied up outside on the deck, Metzer went to his apartment, changed his clothes, and came back to her home, where he found her still lying face down, tied up outside. Evidence in this case was substantial. Investigators with the Cherokee Sheriff's Office located a handgun in the defendant's vehicle, zip ties in his apartment that were ultimately matched to the zip ties used to bind his ex-wife. Investigators also located surveillance video of the defendant leaving Lowe's Home Improvement carrying, you guessed it, a pack of zip ties, although he claimed he didn't know what zip ties were in an interview after his arrest. Surveillance video of the defendant coming home to his apartment and leaving a few minutes later wearing different clothing contradicted his claims of his whereabouts leading up to the assault. You know what other evidence they had? Internet searches. The defendant's cell phone and laptop revealed an internet search history that included the following: how long before you starve to death, how to change the sound of your voice, and how long it takes to choke someone unconscious. So Rodney, he was arrested by police within a few hours of the attack, charged with a number of crimes, including kidnapping, home invasion, aggravated assault, family violence, sexual battery, false imprisonment, eavesdropping. So Rodney ended up taking a plea deal in August of 2021. He entered a guilty plea to 14 charges. He was sentenced to 70 years. Now, 25 of those years will be spent in prison, and the rest he has to serve on probation. So presumably, if he survives, he will be released one day. Now, this very twisted story, as I mentioned, was made into a made-for-TV movie. Jana Kramer of One Tree Hill fame, she stars as single mom Morgan Metzer as she lives through this harrowing experience. It's called Gaslit by My Husband, the Morgan Metzer story, premiered over the weekend. Well, joining me right now to talk about this is Morgan Metzer herself. Morgan, thank you so much for coming here on Sidebar. First, let me just say, I'm so happy you're okay. I mean, that was an incredibly harrowing situation. When I was reading about your case, it's a miracle, you survived this. It's incredible to think about what happened. I'm just saying, thank you so much for coming on. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I'm just happy you're safe.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, too.
So you have to explain to me, there's this movie that's premiering about your story, and it's great because your story is being told for the world, but I have to feel, is that kind of weird for you right now to see that happening, being played out, your story being retold in that way?
Well, some parts are a little strange to me. I guess more so the night of the attack and the parts of the movie are a little bit more triggering, I guess, for me. But other than that, I mean, it just feels invigorating to get my story out and to let women hear my story so they can possibly have certain situations that I was in earlier.
Have people come up to you and said, thank you for sharing this? I'm in a similar situation, or this was a kind of a wake-up call for me. Have you kind of seen that already as you have the ability to tell your story?
Yes. After everything kind of gets aired, say I have an interview or the movie or anything else like that, I will get flooded with messages, say on Facebook or Instagram. Some people find my cell phone number, but a lot of the women are constantly saying, yes, thank you so much
That's
for
funny,
telling me
Jenny.
your story. I was in the same situation. I wish I had known better. Or others would be like, I think I might be in that situation now, but thank you for telling me things to look out for. So yes, I get a ton of those, and then also just I'm happy that you're safe and we're praying for you.
Does it help you process the events in a way?
You know, I've talked about it since day one so many times, my story, that I feel like I've talked through it so much that not the emotion of it's out, but I feel like I've processed it already so much that it didn't emotionally mess with me as much as I expected it to. But they did a beautiful job with sharing my story, and that's exactly how I would have portrayed it. So
How involved were you in the actual movie and the story of the movie? How involved were you with that?
I was involved quite a bit. We set up a time to speak with the writers, the producers, and I kind of sat there and told them my story for a few hours, gave them some examples, kind of pieced everything together, and they had written up the first script. And when I got the first script, I read through it, and then they set up a second meeting to hear my input, say if I wanted a few things changed, or, you know, I wasn't comfortable with something, or I was comfortable adding more to it. So I was able to read the script, the first one and the rough draft, and they were able to really respect me and let me be heard, that I could, you know, say what I was comfortable with putting in there.
And I hope, you know, people watch it. I read about your story because it's an important one to tell. What I was curious to ask you was, how do you tell this to your kids? How do you explain to them what happened here?
So my kids were almost 9 years old when this happened. When they were in Florida with my sister at the time, I had them stay there longer. They missed quite a bit of school so I could heal up and I wouldn't have bruises. And when I got them home, I sat them down and said, you know, guys, when you get in trouble, there's always a punishment. If you've done something small or big, it just depends on the situation, how bad you get punished. And I said, well, Daddy has done something that's really bad, and unfortunately he has to get punished. But what he did was very, very bad.
Like
so he's going to be away for majority of your life. And I didn't go into details. I just pretty much said, Daddy hurt Mommy, but he still loves you guys very much. But we won't be able to see him at the time. But now that they're getting older, they ask for a little bit more information.
Look at him in those
So,
pictures.
you know, they're like, well, how did he hurt you? I'll still explain it, not in big depth, but, you know, they're 12 years old and they have Google. So, you know, they things and they're starting to get a little bit more curious about it.
I can imagine how tough that is. Do they want to see him in prison? Have they had an opportunity to see them in prison? What can you tell us about that?
Well, he has a TPO against me. So if he reaches out to me or my family or any of my close friends, he will have his sentencing extended. So his parole will be taken away and possibly more years in prison. The kids don't really talk about him much. I think it's because they saw the abuse that I was given. And my son was also physically and verbally abused by him quite a bit. And they'll just say, what does Daddy look like again? And I'll say, do you want to see a picture? And they're like, no, it's okay. And we had the conversation about going to see him. And I said, guys, right now, you're under the age to make your own decisions. I said, but when you're 18 years old, you can or not if you'd like to go see it. Until the meantime, Mommy has your best interest at heart. And I just don't think it's the best idea.
Stories like this one really make you wonder, how well do the people in your life? That is a scary concept to think about. But Truth Finder, our incredible sponsor and partner, may be able to help you out here. So Truth Finder is a service that, does it still shock you? Or do you say, I go back to the relationship and I think this is something he was capable of doing?
It shocks me. He was verbally abusive, but never did I think he'd ever be physically abusive. He was pro women not getting hurt. He wouldn't even watch a movie where women get abused. He was all about, you know, just the complete opposite. Like, he was so protective, always made sure if there were any situations, say I was robbed or, anything like that. He was just so kind-hearted, and it still blows my mind even when I think about it, because majority together since I was 14 years old has been kind, soft touch, nothing anywhere remotely close to giving a signal.
Can you talk to us more about the gaslighting component of not only the event in question, but also just during the course of your relationship?
Well, one time during gaslighting with narcissism, they tend to take, there's this big picture, and they tend to take small chunks at a time, which could be something very else. He was having a bad day and he lost money, or he didn't make as much money as he wanted to. He would say, oh, it's because you were
tiny she
interrupting me. It is your fault, or you came into my office. And he would end up putting that on me. So I would feel like, okay, well, I caused this. And then it may be another situation or scenario where, example, the kids have a bad day or do something wrong. They'll say, well, he'll say, well, you told me I could do that. Don't you remember that? And I'm sitting in my head thinking, but and so I would believe what he said. I mean, it's just so many little things. It's hard to remember all of them, but it's just a tiny bit that he would take away from me. And then it became a really big picture of, this is what he's doing. He's making me out to be the bad person. He's turned everyone against me.
So she was abusing
parts
him?
of my family at that time, because he convinced them he was the good guy and I was the problem. And situations I look back now, I'm like, wow, that is not what happened. And I can't believe I was just, I guess, what's the word? Under a spell, pretty much, thinking it was all my fault.
Yeah. And unfortunately, happens in relationships. You see that happening, not really to this extent. And I got to tell you, the fake cancer diagnosis was something that I had to read again to make sure I understood that properly. How did you find out that he was lying about that?
Well, he did really well. He came up with fake documents from doctors from Emory Hospital here in Atlanta. I mean, I really believed him. He had proof, but I guess, during the investigation, they were able to find that they were forged documents. So at that time, I was able to know that it was fake.
And you must have been shocked.
I was blown away, say the least. I mean, the stuff he'd come up with to try to get me back was sickening. I mean, who lies about having cancer, especially when your brother died of cancer and your dad had cancer? Why would you do that?
And do you think that was what motivated him to attack you that day?
So the day he told me about his cancer, it was 2 days before New Year's Eve. So I think it was his last tactic to try to get me back. And I think he had a plan that if that didn't work, he would then attack me, because he had already been buying supplies per the investigation and finding them in stores and whatnot. It was his last attempt to try to get me back. And once that didn't happen, he pretty much walked away that day, pretty quiet, didn't say much until New Year's Eve is when he showed up.
How frightening was that moment for you? A masked intruder comes into your house, attacks you, ties you up. If I know that I really don't want to make you relive that moment, but if you can briefly describe it to us, what that was like for you.
It's so hard to describe that feeling. It was disheartening. It was just, I can't believe, I felt like I was invincible to all this. I never would have thought I would get robbed or mugged. And I just felt so alone and just scared and just outer body experience, really. I felt like I was pretty much watching it at an outer body experience. My heart felt like it was just, so many emotions were going through. It's really hard to explain, to be able to give somebody the picture of what it was.
There was a moment during that attack when he makes such an odd comment about, your husband, right? Thinking this is a stranger.
Mm-hmm.
Was that the aha moment to you? Wait a minute, I know who did this.
Yes, that was the aha moment. And at that time, I don't know how I came up with it, but I knew he wanted me. He was trying to get me back. So that's when I said, please don't hurt my husband. I love him very much. And that's when the whole tone of the room changed. You could tell my dad knows him because he was thinking in his head, okay, I'm getting her back.
And when you found out that was really him, what was your reaction?
Well, I never accused him of being, the attacker. When the detectives came in, and once again, it was because I had been so brainwashed thinking I'm the bad person. Okay, this night was my fault. That's what I'm thinking in my head. This was my fault. What did I do wrong to have somebody come and do this? So I never said anything because I felt like I was never heard and the finger was always pointed at me. But when the detective came in, he looked at me and he goes, that was your ex-husband. I know a narcissist when I see one. And as soon as he said that, I just broke down and started crying because finally somebody saw what this man truly is. And I didn't have to say it. I had somebody in my corner that was fighting for me.
With all the evidence, against him and buying the supplies, it was just, I'm not surprised he ultimately pled guilty and didn't really fight this. He was sentenced to 70 years. 25 of those will be spent in prison, but then the rest on probation.
Yep.
I know this is tough to think about, but 25 years is a long time from now. Do you ever envision a situation, and you do have young children together, do you ever envision a situation where you would talk to him again? You would ever have him a part of your life? I mean, as you mentioned, you talked about the way he could potentially be a part of your kids' lives, but do you ever imagine that? Ever having him be a part of your life again?
Once he gets out?
Yeah.
I think it's inevitable. I am scared. I don't know if he's going to come out and try to finish what he did, or if he's going to come out, a different man, knowing what he did and paid, his dues, and, hopefully might disappear in the wind at night, and I never see him again. But knowing his personality, that's not going to be that way.
Yeah.
So I'm afraid that I am going to have some sort of connection with him if my children want to have it.
Did he ever apologize, ever issue an apology for what happened?
He did in the courtroom. And when he spoke, I didn't really listen because everything he says is fake. So his apology, it was empty to me.
Morgan, I'm sure you've been told this before, but first time I get a chance to meet you, so I'm going to say it to you. You are incredibly powerful. And it's incredible to hear your story and hear how not only you survived this, but you've gotten some stronger over this, and you're sharing this story with so many people. What is it you want people to know from this story? You talked a little bit about the importance of the movie, but overall, if you have a message for our viewers, our listeners, what would that be?
I guess, thank you for that compliment. I really appreciate it. There's days I just don't feel like I'm powerful at all, and I just feel like I'm just weak at times. So I appreciate that. I guess my biggest thing at the beginning is women learning to speak to each other. Just this day and age, every woman wants to portray that they have the perfect life. They have the perfect husband, the perfect kids, the perfect house, the perfect car. Just everything is perfect. And we're going to disserve to each other, women, not speaking and opening up and sharing our daily lives, whether it's bad or good. There are good and you want to share it. But the more women can speak to each other, the more I feel like we can save each other. Because if you talk about certain things, someone goes, okay, that's not right. And it'll raise an eyebrow going, okay, well, maybe that wasn't okay. Maybe he is in the wrong, or maybe I am being abused. But if we keep being quiet with each other and trying to look like we're perfect, we're not going to help each other out.
No, that's a great point. That's a great point. And Morgan, I mean, thank you so much for sharing your story with me, but also our listeners and our viewers. I know this is going to help people who listen to it. And hopefully it can save somebody who's in a very similar situation. But from all of us here at Law and Crime, we're wishing you nothing but the best. All the best for you. All the best for your kids. Hopefully the movie is very well circulated. People see it. People hear this story. But Morgan Metzer, thank you so much for coming here on Side.
So, funny story, not funny, but funny story. I have one of my best friends back home in Alabama. Her brother met a woman on Christian Mingle, and they started dating, and now they're Church of Christ, so they're very, very strict. But for some reason, somehow, some way, he's in his 40s. He was in his 40s at the time, and he was still living with his parents. And somehow, some way, this woman that he met on Christian Mingle came over to their house, and she ended up staying there. Like, they felt sorry for her because she didn't have anywhere to go or whatever. And she said that she had just lost her daughter, that her daughter died of cancer, and that she too had cancer. And my friend's mama felt badly for her, so she would even take her to her cancer treatments, and she would have all of the scarring on her neck from her radiation and all that, and she would have all the sickness. She would throw up and all those things. She would talk about her husband, who was a veteran, who was buried in Trustful, where I lived, in the graveyard right on highway. Now I can't think of the highway. Anyway, I went to that cemetery because I had suspicions about this woman. I didn't like her, and so I did a background check on her, and then I looked in the cemetery, and I went to the veteran part, and I looked for her supposed husband who died, who was a veteran. I looked for his grave site, and he was not there. And then I looked him up on Facebook, and he was on Facebook. So I messaged him, and I said, "Hey, do you know so-and-so? I think she's your wife." And I also looked up her daughter on Facebook and found her daughter, who was living with her grandmother, who was not dead. And then I found out that this woman did not have cancer, and that she was burning her neck with a curling iron to make it look like she was going through treatment, and she was faking cancer. So I went over to their house because they lived like an hour and a half away from me, so I didn't visit them often. But I went over to their house for dinner, and she was not there. The girlfriend wasn't there. No, I think she was there. She was there because I was outside talking to her and the brother, Chris, my friend Chris. And I was like, he was like, "So what have you been up to?" Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, "Oh, just looking into some crime stuff. And, you know how I am. Went to school, went to college for that or whatever. So I'm thinking about getting into, detective work, PI work or something." And he said, "Really? What are you doing?" I said, "Well, I'm doing these background checks on people." I said, "I can do a background check on you right now." I said, "I have a background check thing on my phone." I said, "I can just type your name in and I can find everything out about you. I can find out where you lived, where you what your job was, everything." And he said, "Really?" I said, "Yeah, it's really easy. I just put your name in and everything. It tells me everything about you, right? All your social media accounts, everything." And she was sitting there and she didn't say a word. And I was like, "I mean, I could even look you up if you want me to." But I already knew everything about her. And I had already told my friend's mom and my friend, because they had suspicions about her because they were saying things weren't adding up. But yes, that's what she did. She burned her own neck with a curling iron to make it look like she was going through chemotherapy. And she said her own daughter died of cancer. And when I talked to her husband, who, by the way, she was not fully divorced from, he said that that's what she was. She was just a liar, and that she would do whatever she could to get stuff for free, and that she didn't have her daughter. Her mother was taking care of her because her daughter didn't want to be around her because she kept using her daughter to get stuff that she wanted. and that there was something wrong with her. Yeah, think. So anyway, she got discovered thanks to my sleuthing, and she got kicked out. She just disappeared. She's disappeared. Once she was confronted about it, she left and she never came back. And that my friend's family had bought her, put new tires on her car, had fixed her car, had given her a place to stay, had all this stuff. Like, obviously they were Church of Christ, so they couldn't stay in the same room. But she was given a place to stay, a roof over her head. They felt so sorry for her that her daughter had died, and they felt so betrayed because, I mean, she fed off of their sympathy. She went to church with them every Sunday. She was like embedded in their family. And Chris, my friend, he would not listen to me. I kept telling him she was lying to him, that something was not right about her. And he didn't believe it. He refused to believe it because he met her on a Christian website. But she was a liar, liar, pants on fire. Yep. And that Gypsy Rose girl, let me tell you something. I don't know about her. Something is wrong with her. I mean, she's got issues for sure because she's been through a lot, but that girl is I think that her mama doing the things she did to her made her a narcissist because she is an attention whore. For sure. I mean, the first thing she did when she got out of jail was go straight to social media and start doing interviews right away. And she doesn't think she did anything wrong. Right, Brandy? That's like super messed up. But I found all I could about her. She was a liar. I found her daughter. I found her husband. My son and I were traipsing through the graveyard looking for that guy's headstone. It was not there because he was not dead. She said he was killed in Iraq or something. Gypsy is crazy. I used to feel sorry for her, but now I don't. Yeah, well, you know what? I don't know where he's providing because my best friend in Alabama, she's older than I am and she's still single. Why? Why is she still single? And she's Church of Christ, like they're super strict, so she's never gonna like find anybody. Dude. Like, how's she gonna find someone if she's I just don't understand. Like, I need God to find her somebody. This is my dog, Neo. Yeah, I just felt something weird. Something was off about her. I was like, this does not happen. Like, this is weird. But she had and I call her mama, like she's my mama too. But she had her taking her to cancer treatments, feeling sorry for her and stuff, feeding her. They were doing all the stuff for her. Yeah, so people do it. They fake cancer and do all kinds of crazy stuff. Saying her daughter died of cancer, that's terrible. Hi, boo-boo. Yes, I see you. I see you. Can you not kiss me in the face, please? This is Neo. He always has to make an appearance. Well, if something happens to my man, y'all probably won't see me anymore because, well, she goes to church every Sunday. She knows everybody. I don't know. I think that's the problem. Neo is obviously named after Neo from The Matrix, as you all know. The only reason he's up here, y'all, is because there's a plate over here. Because while I was off the screen, I scarfed down a piece of pizza. And he thinks that because the plate is still here, there must be something left on the plate, even though they both got bites. He thinks that the closer he is to the plate, the closer he is to a bite. There's nothing left on the plate. Año. So, okay. So I did want to do show y'all, because now that we're talking about Gypsy Rose. See, if you weren't in my way, dude, unless you learn how to type. Okay, get down. Thank you. This guy, Spidey, who I like a lot, he did a read on her.
And over 10 years experience as an award-winning mentalist to teach people behavioral analysis and practical psychology on stages and television shows all over the world. The internet went baby. Now, before we look at this video and the
So I know the rumors have been flying around for quite some time now, and I'm happy to announce that I am 11 weeks pregnant. Ken and I are expecting our very first child come
I don't know who this guy is she's with
of
now.
2025. We're both very excited. This was not planned at all. It was completely unexpected. But we're both very excited to take on this new journey of parenthood. I have already experienced the symptoms. When I first learned that I was pregnant, the first thing that I noticed was the cravings. So I craved orange juice. Orange juice was not something that I craved on a daily basis before. So when I started craving orange juice, I'm like, okay, guess I just want orange juice. I didn't think anything of it. And so that was one thing.
Right?
And then the next thing that I noticed was the hunger, an insatiable hunger to just eat everything. So I really went on a binge and just started eating.
Okay, first of all,
of course, I missed my period. And I didn't think anything of it because I had seen my OBGYN and I had tested my fertility. And she's like, we're probably gonna have to put you on fertility meds or at least something to make you ovulate because you're not ovulating on a regular. So I'm like, okay. So I had that appointment was a month out. And so when I missed my period, I thought I was just having issues with ovulation. And it wasn't until I had texted with Ken and he's like, have you taken a pregnancy test? And I'm like, no, I don't think I'm pregnant. I don't think it's that.
Okay, so just in that first clip, there is a ton to talk about.
Verbally, non-verbally,
lots. So let's start with establishing a bit of a baseline to see how she normally communicates. So she's quite animated when she speaks. Her tone fluctuates, goes up and down quite a bit. And we do see quite a bit of illustrators. Illustrators is the word the research uses to denote gestures that we use to accentuate what we're saying, to help us get the message across. With the hands, with the face, and with her, there's a lot. Her face moves quite a bit. Her eyebrows go up and down, a lot of smiles, head tilts. but her hands as well. As she talks, her hands are palm up and they go out like this, and she'll gesture and they'll come back to the mucus a little bit, then gesture and come back to the middle. So she's quite animated. This is something that interrogators and interviewers like to see, because when you have someone like this in front of you who's very animated, this is them in their natural relaxed state. But as a stressful topic enters their mind or something is making them nervous, we start to see those movements slow down a little bit for a couple of reasons. First, when we're stressed, we like to draw less attention to ourselves. But second, when what we call the cognitive load is increased, we're so focused on what we're saying that we tend to move less as well. And look for those behavioral shifts. Even with her, you're going to see it. It's going to be obvious. I won't even have to point it out to you. There's another behavior here that's very consistent in her baseline and such a great example of how having a little bit of background information on someone you're communicating with or interviewing can really, really help. So in her case, we already saw it a couple of times, but we're going to see it a lot more moving forward. She very often licks her lips, and we very often hear clicking sounds between her words, or even with the lip licks. Now, normally I would tell you that if this isn't part of someone's baseline and all of a sudden you start seeing these things, it could be because stress is spiking. As we get stressed, our mouth dries out. That's normal. However, in the case of Gypsy Rose, one of the many things her mother put her through was the removal of some of her salivary glands, because apparently she was drooling excessively. Yep. So they had some of those glands removed, and as a result, she naturally produces less saliva than most people. So whereas in a lot of cases, that's something I might pay attention to, in her case, having dry mouth is literally part of her baseline, so it's not as important. As she's about to announce the news, she says there have been some rumors flying around, and she does that. I'm happy to announce, and as she says, I'm happy to announce, we see this downwards bounce with this little bit of a wiggle like this, and we see the arms wiggle as well as she goes into that. What's really interesting about that gesture is we saw it right in the beginning of the video, almost the exact same way. As she said, hi everybody, we saw that exact same gesture, downwards bounce with that wiggle that we saw in the arms as well. And I think this is her releasing nervous energy as she goes into something, almost like a here we go. You ever see someone before they run or before they fight, this kind of bouncing, this jiggle, kind of just to release that energy before you start something? I think it's the exact same thing for her. What makes this a really confident tell for me is that dragged out, and we build the tension, release the tension as we go into the news. Here we go.
And I'm happy to announce that.
And as she announces the news, it's really interesting to see where she puts the emphasis. So it's not like she's saying, and I'm happy to announce that I'm 11 weeks pregnant. It's not this big pregnant. There is some emphasis on the pregnant, but there's also some emphasis on the am. I am 11 weeks pregnant, and she emphasizes both.
I'm happy to announce that I am 11 weeks pregnant.
The words that we emphasize in the way that we speak can really show our hand in showing which part of the sentence we're putting the emphasis or the surprise on, which element was surprising. So in that sentence, as she said it, if I were to say, I have some news, guys, I am 11 weeks pregnant. That would mean that the surprise is me. Other people have been pregnant, but I'm pregnant. That's where the surprise is. So in the way that she said it, we saw the emphasis on the am pregnant. And here's how she emphasized. We see the eyebrow flash. The eyebrows go up. Now, she's someone who talks with her eyebrows quite a bit. But there are moments where we see them really go up as she emphasizes something, and it matches her tone. And this is very common. There's a lot of research that shows that everywhere in the world, we emphasize important things with the eyebrow flash. At the very same time as her tone and eyebrows are going up, very often she tilts her head as she's emphasizing. That's very common, and she did it both with
I don't really believe her either.
That I am 11 weeks pregnant.
Now, head tilting is something we quite often see in sympathetic exchanges. Like if somebody says something that gets our sympathy, we might go, oh, and we tilt our heads, because it's a very vulnerable position. We're exposing the neck, and it's a nonverbal way of saying there's no threat here. I connect with this. It's also something we often see in a request for sympathy or a request for social connection. So we often see, even in cartoons, someone might have this little cutesy pose like this,
really
where
sure how
the shoulders come together and the head's tilted a little bit, and they might look down like this and look up at you. And it's almost this attempt to look kind of small and vulnerable to kind of get you to connect with them, to kind of give them that sympathy.
You're not Larry.
It's quite common that she'll emphasize the big news like this, like, please don't attack me, this is bad news. And given what she's gone through, it makes a ton of sense, right? There are a lot of critics online. She's gone through a very difficult past. So it makes sense that she has these moments of like, okay, don't jump on this. I just want to tell you this is good news. So it makes a lot of sense that she emphasizes that way. Now, why am I saying that it's important to note that she's emphasizing the am as much as the pregnant? It's because the am is a confirmation. She started off by saying that there have been some rumors circulating. So it's a thumbs up, a congratulations to those who guessed it, those who got it. There's a huge social element to the way she's saying that. I am pregnant. Good job, everyone. You guys got it. Create that social connection. Again, we're going to see a lot more examples of that.
Well,
I'm happy to announce that I am 11 weeks pregnant.
Then she said that it was not planned at all. It was completely unexpected. And her tone and her
whole life.
Gestures are a little over the top, but this is just a quick statement that she's making. I don't have the chance to sit with her and ask her the process and see if part of that's making her stressed. It's the statement that she's presenting as she planned to present it. So it's really hard to find anything in a moment like that. But as we go on with the story, let's see if that information matches up with some other things that she said. She says, I've already experienced, and we see the hand come up to the face like this, which is something we often see in stressful moments, right? You might see someone rub their forehead or their eyebrows or their temples like this, or just like this on the face. It's self-soothing. It helps calm us down for a moment. And her eyes close as well, which is called an eye block. And we often see this in moments of negativity as well. Like, I don't want to face this thing. Like if you get bad news, you might just close your eyes like this because you don't want to deal with it. So we see that, then a giggle and a sigh. I've experienced symptoms. There's a lot being put on this symptoms thing. And this does feel quite dramatized. Now, let's not forget that over the course of the last few years, she spent a lot of time on documentaries and non-scripted television. And this is a field that I have a lot of experience in because I spent a major part of my career on non-scripted television. And although a lot of the time it's not scripted, it's very much directed, especially when there's drama, when there's a story that has to be told a certain way. You have producers there who help you tell it a certain way. Like, no, take that again, but build the drama here. Or make this more suspenseful. That's commercial break. And they have a way to get you to tell things in a compelling way. And this feels a lot like that. There are a lot of moments in this video where we see these gestures as a way of saying something that's really meant to pull us in, like, oh, what are these symptoms? What are these big symptoms? But just remember this. Remember that there's this big emphasis being put on the symptoms, these big symptoms, because this is going to come back up. So just remember it. Then comes the part that I found really, really confusing and inconsistent. And if this was in an interview, I would have a lot of questions about this, because interrogators and interviewers pay a lot of attention to timeline, the sequence of events. And when something doesn't add up, it's a clue that we need to go in there and try to figure out, okay, what happened then? What happened before that? In this case, she starts by saying, when I first learned that I was pregnant, the first thing I noticed was the cravings. I was craving orange juice, which is something that I didn't crave before.
When I first learned that I was pregnant, the first thing that I noticed was the cravings. So I craved orange juice.
She even says that orange juice isn't something she normally craved. So when she started craving it, she thought to herself, okay, I guess I just want orange juice. And she does that kind of draw wiggle that usually for her is like the beginning of something, like, here we go. So to me, part of this felt like she's saying, when she first found out she's pregnant, which she literally says, the first thing she remembers is the cravings, the orange juice. And that, here we go, here come the cravings. But then she says, I didn't think much of it. And it almost seems like there's this mood of, she didn't piece it together. Piece what together? You're literally saying that it's the first after you found out you were pregnant. So that was a little confusing already in and of itself.
Guess I just want orange juice. I didn't think anything of it. And so
then she says that she ate everything in sight. Then she goes in, she missed her period, but she didn't think anything of it.
Of course, I missed my period and I didn't think anything of it because I had seen my OBGYN. That appointment was like a month out. And so when I missed my period, I thought I was just having issues with ovulation. And it wasn't until I had texted with Ken and he's like, have you taken a pregnancy test? And I'm like, I don't think I'm pregnant. I don't think it's that.
But this whole sequence began with her saying, when I found that I was pregnant, the first thing I remember was the cravings. Now it's like, okay, you knew you were pregnant. That's where we started the story. Now you've gone back to before you were pregnant because you missed your period, but you didn't connect the dots and you didn't know you were pregnant. The only reason I could find for this sequence making sense, and you guys let me know in the comments if this makes sense at all, is in the beginning when she says, when I first found out I was pregnant, it's not the first part of the sentence of her saying the first thing I remember is the cravings. It's almost a title of this segment because first of all, again, because in documentaries, they often make you repeat the question before you start just for continuity and because it makes more sense for the editors later. But also, she does talk like this at times. There are times where she'll say a thought and she'll elaborate on that thought. So is there a chance she's saying, when I first found out I was pregnant, dot, underline, go to the next line. The first thing I remember was the cravings.
Yeah,
I craved
I feel
orange
like
juice,
that
didn't
too,
make much of
Ladonna.
it.
I feel like
Then I ate everything. Then I missed my period. So I thought, so it's like
doesn't
the
know
title,
how to
then she's elaborating. I'll be honest,
truthful.
it doesn't sound like that at all. She's saying,
never been
when I found out I was pregnant, the first thing that I noticed, like her tone goes up and she
Her life
continues with
has
that
been a
thought.
lie.
When I first learned that I was pregnant, the first thing that I noticed was the cravings. So I craved orange juice.
So it doesn't sound like that, but I'm just trying to make sense of this timeline. So let me know, could it be that it's a separate thought? It's just communicated in a very confusing way. The other thing that was really noteworthy in the verbal communication here was that she said that the reason she didn't think much of her missed period is because she had gone to see her OBGYN to be tested for fertility, and that she was told that
made no sense.
there are some issues with her fertility, so she needs to take meds in order to ovulate. Now, I'm by no means an expert on this subject, and I know that a lot of women will go to the OBGYN when there is irregularities in their period because it can indicate something else. So they might do certain things to get the right hormones or to regulate that for health reasons. But the language here, ovulate, I happen to be at a phase in my life start that journey. So it's language that I'm hearing a lot around me right now. And this is the kind of language. She's not saying that the OBGYN talked about her hormones or her health. It's specifically that she went for a fertility test and she was told she needs fertility meds.
She's awfully young to be going for fertility
There's this language suggesting that there was talks about her ovulating and fertility. So when we go back earlier and think about it, she said that this was a complete surprise. It wasn't planned at all. I'm having a bit of a hard time accepting those. At least there were conversations with the OBGYN about fertility, about ovulating. There was a certain conversation around this. So I don't think it was a massive surprise that they weren't planning at all. So there's a discrepancy there, and there are a few more coming up. But I think there's a very, very good reason for this discrepancy that we'll discuss once you've seen a little bit more notifications on from a behavioral analysis and psychology content.
Pregnant. I don't think it's that.
Oh.
And then I had taken a test and it turned out positive. And so everything just made sense. But my pregnancy journey so far. So
you guys,
have
all of you from Michigan,
crazy mood swings.
the singer who sang the national anthem,
like poor
she's from Oakland County.
If he
She's from
breathes
Detroit.
wrong, I'm just
you guys can't get
pregnancy
any
is not
better.
easy
I
with
swear.
mood swings.
Gotta
All right, for this segment, I want to hear in the comments from a very specific demographic. I want to hear from anyone who's ever been blindsided by a pregnancy, whether it's yourself, or you have a friend, or a family member who completely unexpectedly somebody got pregnant.
County.
And
Sent
let
the
us know in the
internet into a
comments
frenzy.
when that story was told, how much emphasis there was on the finding out that they were pregnant, that positive test. Because in my experience, when people tell a story of pregnancy, whether they were planning it or not, but infinitely more when it was a surprise, there's a lot of emphasis on that experience of seeing that positive test, right? There's a big buildup to where, this was happening, I was late, I wasn't sure. And then we decided to test and I saw the test, it was positive. I couldn't believe it. And I called my husband, he was at work and all this kind of stuff. Now, I'm not saying everyone tells a story the same way. Of course, different people tell stories different ways. But for someone like her, who's very dramatized, like I already experienced the symptoms and, poor thing. So a lot of this dramatization, what a strange place for us to get almost no emotion. Because even earlier when she said it was a huge surprise, we didn't expect it. And now when it comes to the point where she was surprised by it, This is the surprise. We're getting almost nothing. I just find that really interesting, that discrepancy.
And I'm like, nah, I don't think I'm pregnant. I don't think it's that. And then I had taken a test and it turned out positive. And so everything just made sense.
Then she does something that I was trying to talk about earlier. She says, my pregnancy journey so far. And she goes, so I've been experiencing, and she starts telling her story. So I was saying earlier that sometimes she says this little title and then builds on that. My pregnancy journey so far. Now, that's what I'm going to talk about now. And I kind of was thinking earlier that it was the same thing when she was talking about when I first found out I was pregnant. But here, it's very clear. My pregnancy journey so far. Pause. So I started experiencing, no. There's a clear disconnect.
My pregnancy journey so far. So I have experienced crazy moods.
In the first learned that I was pregnant, the first thing I noticed was the cravings. It has more flow, and it starts with when I first found out that I was pregnant. So that's not really a title. Here, it's almost very clearly a title. My pregnancy so far. Pause. And now we go. The structure and the flow of the sentence is significantly different. So yeah, I'm still extremely confused by the chronology of that first orange juice thing that she talked about. So now we elaborate on those symptoms from earlier, the big symptoms. And it turns out they are crazy mood swings, like poor Ken. So twice poor Ken with what we call stop gestures on both hands. So pretty much everywhere in the world, when the fingers extend with the palm outwards, it's a negation or an attempt to stop something, to get someone's attention.
Well,
even in a greeting, we're trying to get their attention. So we have two hands doing this. Before the first poor Ken, we see an eye block. She closes her eyes. And remember, eye block is to keep a thought in or keep a thought out. But we also see it in moments of intense emphasis, like to emphasize something intense, whether it's positive or negative. So poor Ken, and then her eyes roll upwards. Poor Ken, like rolling her eyes, familiar irritation. So poor Ken the second time. Then she says that if he so much as breathes wrong, she's like, and notice how
Oh, well, I'd be very weary of Gypsy Rose because if she's going through these kind of mood swings, she might mood swing herself right on to killing you. I think at one time I used to feel a little sorry for Gypsy Rose because, I mean, that's absolutely horrific that her mom put her through all of those things, all of those unnecessary surgeries. All of that is absolutely horrific. But at the same time, I think that Gypsy Rose knew wrong from right. And I think when she minimizes her involvement in the killing of her mother, and she thinks that it's okay for the guy that she talked into killing her mother is spending life in prison, and she got 10 years and didn't even spend the whole 10 years. I think that, and she thinks that that's enough, is kind of really appalling. So I think that she is a narcissist. Like, she literally jumped on social media as soon as she got out. She has been taking all the fame in. She's jumped in front of a camera, any camera that would look at her. So I think that she's kind of a, the guy that she got with apparently he was on the spectrum, right? I think he was high functioning, but she definitely got a guy who Gypsy was no dummy. Right. So he's going to be in prison for the rest of his life. I'm pretty sure he's on the spectrum, right? Yeah, she never got any help. She was in prison. And instead of getting actual help, I don't think she has been rehabilitated. I don't think that she is safe to be out amongst. I mean, because how do you expect her to act in prison? She was treated like a child in life. She doesn't know any other way to act other than childlike. So she knows how to revert to being a child when she needs to. She's not a stupid girl. I think people underestimate Gypsy Rose, and I think she knows that, and I think she uses that to her advantage. So that guy she married when she got out of prison, like, she's not stupid. She had to have a place to go when she got out of prison. So she got herself a place to go. So she got a big diamond ring on her finger. She got her a big giant man to marry, and she divorced him as soon as she found something better, because she is not stupid. That girl married somebody, and oh yeah, she will, because she doesn't know the world. She doesn't know how to maneuver through. You know what? I don't know, honestly, because Gwen, you nailed it when you said she was raised with the master. I mean, my gosh, her mom got them free trips, a free house. She watched it. She saw it. She is the clone of her mother. Everything, every move she makes, everything she does is going to be, what will it do for me? What can I get out of this? And that's exactly what she's going to do. And I hope and pray that she does not turn out like her mother with this child, if she's having a child, because this is scary to think that she's going to bring a child into the world and knowing how she was raised. No, absolutely not. I mean, going to prison was probably like a vacation for her. I mean, people probably felt sorry for her, and she soaked it up. I hate to think that way about her, but that's what I think. I think that she's a master manipulator, much like her mother. And I don't think she has been held accountable at all. And I think if somebody really gave her the real help she needed, she probably would have seen the error of her ways and actually got the help she needed. But I don't think that's, I think it's a little late now. But what I was saying, excuse me, now I have the hiccups. When Jenny said, you couldn't hear me, that person who sang the national anthem earlier is from your neck of the woods, Gwen. And they call her a singer. Yes. Singer. A singer born in Oakland County sent the internet into a frenzy Monday with a national anthem performance that I think we can all agree was a little bit strange. Thanks, Michigan. Once again. Yes, I think Gypsy Rose is going to be playing pretend for the rest of her life. I don't think she knows what reality is. Okay, it is 2:16 there. So I don't know if you guys have heard, but you don't claim her. Yeah, I mean, well, she's from Michigan. I mean, y'all got all kinds of good stuff coming out of Michigan. Oh yeah, I've watched this guy because I like his research, the way he does. He's done these parts on the McCains that was really interesting, and on Amanda Knox, because he says Amanda Knox is lying. He's really good because yeah, the McCain case, because I watched him do the McCain case. Hey, I've been listening to Kid Rock since the ROMEO. Okay, don't even go there, Gwen. Don't you do it. Don't you dare do it. No, ma'am. Don't mess with my Kid Rock. Okay. The ROMEO. Back when he was foul, straight up foul. Okay. Back when I thought it was cool. Yeah, well, you best not be claiming old dang Eminem. I heard he's in some hot water. Oh no, that's not it. Don't share that. Don't want to share that. Oh, that's what I want to share. The ROMEO. Yes, he did say that.
Hey there.
Hey there. What's going on?
So my daughter was dropped off close to school this morning, but never made it.
I'm sorry, one second.
Yeah.
That was quick, but it was Jen Soto telling the police about the last time her daughter, Madeline Soto, was seen alive. The only problem is the story wasn't true.
Calm talker.
In today's video, I'm going to show you
I
how to
love the
spot
way
a
he
made-up
breaks
story
down
using deception detection techniques. I'm a
deception.
deception detective, an attorney trained in statement analysis, and this channel exposes lies and manipulation. Since that clip was so short, I'm going to play it again before we discuss.
Okay, Randy.
This is mom.
This is mom? Okay.
I know he is.
Hi there.
I thought he was coming around, but he
Hey there.
lied.
What's going on?
So my daughter was dropped off close to school this morning, but never made it. I went to her school.
I'm sorry, one second.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I can't do
Telling
that.
a made-up story is hard, especially in a stressful situation like talking to a cop. So most liars end up keeping their scripted stories short and sweet. That way there's less chance of making a mistake or slipping up and revealing too much. That said, the officer did cut Jen off here, so we can't say just yet that her story's suspiciously short. To do that, we need to listen to her tell it in
No,
full,
not down with the
which she
clown.
does a few minutes later.
Nobody likes clowns.
I don't know. She got dropped off. She was like, she's embarrassed by this car. So she didn't want to be dropped off at school. She wanted to be dropped off like half a block. She go off.
She's embarrassed.
He dropped her off half a block away and drove away.
Did she go to school?
No,
She
called
was
school.
walking the direction. She was rifling through her backpack, just looking for something. I thought maybe she was just looking for headphones before she got her walking on.
Yeah.
But she was just kind of,
Sure, Gwen.
shambling over in that direction. It looked the same as any other morning.
Okay.
What was the last thing you asked?
If she went to school.
So I got confirmation from the school that she never made it. They sent me an email saying she didn't make it. But I also spoke to her or emailed one of her teachers directly, and he looked at all her attendance for all her periods and told me she didn't make it at all today.
Okay.
Not only is the full story short, but it's vague. And this is the second hallmark of a scripted story. Whether it's done consciously or unconsciously, liars often keep their lies vague. This makes them harder to fact check. It reduces the chances of contradictions, especially if there's a co-conspirator like we have here with Jen and Stefan. And most importantly, it allows the liar to tailor their story to any new evidence the police might find down the road. To illustrate just how vague Jen's story is, ask yourself, who dropped Madeline off? We don't actually know that, and that's because she said Madeline was dropped off. In other words, she used the passive voice. So we don't know if Jen did it, Stefan did it, or they both did it together, or some third party did it. Where was Madeline dropped off? That's also unclear. Was it a half block from the school, or a block and a half away, or even further? Which side of the road was it on? What landmark or distinguishing feature was it near? Finally, when was Madeline dropped off? Was it 9, 9:15, 9:45? How long did Stefan sit there and watch her? These are all details that I would expect the actual parents of missing children to give because they're useful. Remember, this is the last time her daughter was seen alive. We could reasonably expect her to be racking her brains about every detail of those final seconds and minutes and
Today
hours.
they're called Molly's. I don't know.
After the police finished this interview with Jen, a few hours
better not be
later, they
hanging out with my
discovered
kids.
footage of a girl resembling Madeline at a church near the school around the time that Madeline was allegedly dropped off. So before I play the interview that Jen gave to the news the next day, let's do some practice. Will Jen tailor her vague story to match this newly discovered evidence, or will her story remain exactly the same? Or will the story change completely and have a whole bunch of new details? If you've seen my videos about reminiscence effect, you'll probably get this right. If not, I'll explain what that is the next time I pause.
I like the way he breaks down stuff because he does it very.
We dropped her off at school, close to school. She wanted to walk the rest of the way. I'm not sure what I'm allowed to share.
You share whatever you feel comfortable sharing. I know you had conversations with detectives. Not sure what that conversation is, but I feel comfortable sharing that we'll put the awareness out there.
Yeah. She was spotted walking on the cameras. They saw her hang out in the parking lot for a little bit and then get up and leave. They didn't see a vehicle or anything else. They just saw her walk away around 9 a.m. heading towards the school, but she never made it.
I've analyzed this interview in great detail in my video, Does She Have Guilty Knowledge, from a few months ago. But in this video, I want to point out that we have one new detail and only one new detail, that Madeline was dropped off near the church. And that brings me to my third hallmark of scripted stories. They're rigid. As strange as it might seem, true stories often evolve with time, especially in the hours and days following a traumatic event. And that's because the victims sit there for hours, thinking, searching their memory, trying to improve the recall about any potential clues or details that they overlooked or forgot about on that fateful day. So when they tell the story in future interviews, there's often new details that are added or prioritized. And this phenomenon is known as the reminiscence effect. So when I listen to this version of Jen's story, I don't hear someone who's searched her memory for new details like I would expect. I hear someone who has tailored their highly scripted story just enough to incorporate new evidence, which is exactly what vague stories are designed to do. They're also designed to minimize contradictions between co-conspirators, which is why there's no reminiscence effect in scripted stories. Every detail they add is a potential stumbling block if they ever get interviewed separately. So it's in their interest to change the story as little as possible. Now let's watch Jen's final interview, which she gave the day after this one.
Go ahead and tell us what's going on with Maddie.
Well, Monday morning, we took her to school. We dropped her off close to school, across the street from a church, which is it's right next to the school. She crossed the street and walked to school, what we thought walked to school. My boyfriend who drove her to school drove away at that point. It was seen on video footage that she hung out in the parking lot of the church for a few minutes and then got up and walked towards the school. But she never made it for that walk and that was around 9 a.m. when she got up. She never made it to school after that. It's right next to the school. I don't know why she didn't make it. I don't know if something happened on her walk along the way or if she got taken, but she never made it.
And that was the last anyone seen of her or heard from her?
Yes.
Jerry McCann wasn't around when his wife, Kate, discovered their daughter missing. Yet he had zero suspicion that she might have done something. John Ramsey wasn't in the room when his wife discovered their daughter, JonBenet, missing. Yet he had zero suspicion that she had anything to do with it. Don Wells wasn't even on the property when his daughter, Summer Wells, went missing in the care of his wife, Candace, and his mother-in-law, but he had no suspicion. Chris Proudfoot was in another state when his stepson, Sebastian Rogers, went missing, but he had no suspicion of his wife, Kate. My point is, scripting a plausible story is hard enough, and delivering it convincingly makes it doubly hard. But once you have a co-conspirator, another person, it makes it exponentially more difficult because now you have to improv. You have to actually act like parents who don't know what happened to their kid. And I didn't see that in any of those cases, and I don't see it here. As far as Jen's story goes, Stefan was the last person to see Madeline alive. He's not even related to her. He's just Jen's boyfriend. Yet she has zero suspicion that he may have some culpability or know something that he isn't telling her about the disappearance. For me, that does not track, and it's part of my assessing stories card from the deception deck. The reasonableness and tone of the story. And while we're on the topic of Stefan Stearns, let's analyze his version of events.
The first question is if I can get your first and last name and spell them both out for me.
Stefan Stearns, STEPHANSTERNS.
All right, so Stefan, you seem very emotional right now. Explain to us.
I dropped her off. Everything looked fine when I drove away. It's the last time we saw her.
What was the conversation that y'all had in the car when you dropped her off?
Not much. She was asleep for most of the way. Told her have a good day at school when she got out. I love her. Said thanks, love you too. That was it.
Oh, okay.
And so where do you think she could possibly be? I mean, this isn't, as I was told, this isn't normal behavior.
All right, you guys. Dang. Hold on 1 second and I'll tell you. Okay, you guys. So no verdict. They are still deadlocked. There are more scheduling conflicts. There's been a little bit of motion, not much. They requested another transcript. Now they will be in recess until Thursday. So there will be no deliberations tomorrow. So still nothing today. So yeah, but the thing is though, Elizabeth, if they cause, hi Elizabeth, welcome. If they call a mistrial, this could have Michael in jail until the prosecution retries it. So I just feel at a complete, this is just absolute craziness. It's the most helpless feeling. But yes, they are still deadlocked. And as we knew, there was going to be some scheduling conflicts. They can't meet tomorrow. They will be out. I feel so badly. So that's the news. Sorry, it's not better news. This is ridiculous. Yes, this is exactly, took the words right out of. So nothing today. I guess the new alternate juror did not change anything, but they did ask for another transcript. I don't know whose. Yes. It's very, very, very frustrating though. And then they won't be meeting tomorrow. So we'll get a day off. I guess what we'll do today is we'll just end with a prayer. If everybody doesn't mind, we will end with a prayer. And hi, China. Yeah, we'll end the day with a prayer. Because I know this is very frustrating for everyone, but it's even more frustrating. As frustrating as it is for us, we are not in jail. We are frustrated in the comfort of our own homes. Yeah, that worries me too, because I know, as much as, of course they're told not to look at anything. They're told not to talk about it. I mean, my God, can you imagine not talking about it with your spouse or your partner or your, your bestie? I mean, I couldn't imagine like not having, like, just going home and like shutting myself off. I mean, it's someone's life in your hands. I would not, I don't know. I would have a hard time. So let's just end today with a prayer, and we'll keep praying. If they keep having to change out jurors, man, I'm just very saddened. Yeah, I mean, the news is playing, especially you guys in Detroit. Detroit seems to be the only place that's playing this, that's paying attention to this. So most certainly in Detroit, it's high pressure, especially in the Jewish community. So, I mean, I don't know who all's on the jury. I don't know. I don't know. I heard it was a good mix of people on the jury. So let's hope and pray that they're looking at things objectively, So, let's just pray and be hopeful. And as Jenny said, not worryful. Okay, that's fine, Kirsten, because I mean, who knows when they're gonna have a verdict? I mean, they'll start and then hopefully. But they did ask for a transcript today. I don't know which one. But they did ask for a transcript. So okay. All right, you guys. So we're gonna pray for Michael. We're gonna pray for the jury. So Lord, we ask in your precious name to please put your hands on this jury. There's an alternate that has come in and is new, and they are having to start afresh. Lord, we pray that you will please have them see this case for what it is and understand that there is a man's life in their hands. Lord, please give them the humbleness to see that Michael is waiting to know what his life is going to be like. Is it going to be in prison? Is it going to be at home? Lord, we know Samantha's family wants an answer, but we want the right answer. Lord, we want justice for Samantha. We want justice for Michael. Lord, the helplessness that is being felt all around by everyone, for Michael, for Samantha's family, for Michael's loved ones. Lord, we know the prosecution knows their case. We know that the prosecution knows their case is not strong. It is very circumstantial. Lord, we know the defense did a very good job. Please let the jury see the evidence for what it is, evidence that has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. Lord, we pray that you are in that jury room talking to these jurors. We pray when they go home every day that you are with them and that you are letting them know that they can't have any outside influences. We pray that when they go home, they don't take this case with them, that they go home to their families and they do their thing, and then they come back and they go into the jury room and they take the evidence that is in front of them and they make the right decision for all involved. Lord, we pray that we find the real person who did this to Samantha and this case does not go cold. We just pray, Lord, that you put your hands on this jury, the judge, the courtroom, everyone involved. We pray, Lord, that you make them get to the right decision. We pray, Lord, that there are no more interruptions for this jury. We pray that you can make this go smoothly and that there are no more interruptions, no more alternates, no more anything, so that everyone can have an end to this. There can be some type of closure for at least this trial, for Michael, for Samantha, for this moment in this time. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. So let's just hope that Thursday we'll find something out. I am going to go ahead and send Michael a care package because I don't know. I've been not sending one this week because I didn't want to. I still am afraid to send one because I don't want to jinx anything. But I don't want him to think we're not thinking about him. But I guess I'm just going to send one just because I don't want him to not have anything. Oh, it's depressing. Okay, you guys, keep the faith alive. I will do another episode and then I will see y'all Thursday. Yeah, I know, Gwen. I'm like, I just didn't want to jinx it. That's why I hadn't sent one, but I think I'm just going to send him one because I feel terrible. I don't want him to think. I know he knows we are with him. So But just keep him in your prayers. I'm sorry that we didn't get an answer today. So yes, he does. He does work in his time, Gwen. You are correct. So thank you, Jenny. Thank you, guys. I thank God for you guys. You guys are great. God is good. Everything happens for a reason. God brought this together for a reason. So this will happen. Kamsahamnida. I'll see y'all tomorrow or Thursday. See you Thursday.